Call this Wednesday, January 5th, 2022, regular Newton Falls Council meeting to order. If you could turn off all devices or set them to vibrate and stand for the pledge and a short prayer.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Precious Lord, dear God, we thank you for the opportunity to join here together, dear Lord. We pray and thank you for this great nation. We pray for this meeting tonight, dear God, that you would be with us, guide us, and direct us, dear God. We do pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. Do you want to go first or
I can start. We're here tonight for a disciplinary hearing regarding certain charges against Chief Eugene Fixler. I wanted to explain you don't have the traditional rules of a counsel for purposes of this hearing. This is what's called quasi-judicial. That is, what's important here tonight are facts and evidence, not opinion. Opinion's important during most of what City Council does when they legislate. That's a legislative thing. Opinion's important there. It's not important here. It doesn't count here. All that's important here are facts and evidence. We're going to hear from both sides. So I wanted to explain that so we have an idea. It's held much like you would a court hearing. The charges will be explained. That case will be put on. Any witnesses can be cross-examined by Attorney Dan Leffler, who's Chief Fixler's attorney. And then when that's done, Mr. Fixler has the chance to put on his case, and any of his witnesses can be cross-examined by Attorney Christopher Immel. I'm going to serve in an advisory role in case there's objections by either side. And the council members actually sit as judges. So you may not hear them ask questions as much as they do at regular meetings because they're supposed to sit more as judges and hear the evidence and then make a decision. One final thing, Councilwoman Tessa Spetzler has decided to recuse herself from tonight's hearing, and so she's not here in this room. She is in City Hall. She is working on city business. She's certainly going to join us again once the hearing and executive session are over. She's not participating in the executive session either. So I just wanted to explain, to avoid even the appearance of any kind of conflict or impropriety, she felt it best to recuse herself, and so that's why she's not here in this room and won't participate in this in any way. So with that said, I think the mayor can start, please, the hearing.
Okay, if Mrs. King wants to call for the roll.
Grancy.
Here.
Stemberg. Here. Sirocco.
Here.
Mariette.
Here.
Sletzer.
Okay, and we'll start off here with the public hearings and Section A, the presentation of charges.
Good evening, Council. As you authorized on December 15th, 2021, we are here under the charges against Eugene Fixler for misfeasance, neglect of duty, and inefficiency. Tonight, you're going to be presented with the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office internal investigation of a fatal accident on December 2nd, 2020. You are also going to be presented with the Newton Falls Police Department Policies and Procedures Manual. You will hear the condition of the Newton Falls Police Department upon Interim Chief Brian Ford's taking of office, and you, as you already have, you'll be resubmitted to you the internal report that was presented to you in December 2021. Thank you.
Big statement.
Okay. Yes.
If I may, Chair, I have a motion to dismiss the charges that were filed against Gene Fixler. According to the notice of the charges, they were issued pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 737.19 and Newton Falls Charter, Article 5, Section 3. In reviewing those sections, the Newton Falls Charter, Article 5, Section 3, does not provide a procedure for the removal of the chief of police. It applies to discipline against officers under the command of the chief of police, but that has to be upon, discipline has to be upon the recommendation of the chief of police. In this case, he did not recommend his own discipline or termination in this case. Therefore, Article 5, Section 3 of the Charter is inapplicable. With regard to Ohio Revised Code 737.19, that section likewise applies to discipline against officers when that has been initiated by the chief of police. And again, that section does not provide for a procedure for the removal of a village marshal or chief of police as it's called here in the village. So having the charges been inappropriately filed under those two sections of the code, we would ask that the charges be dismissed.
Okay. Is that all you have, Attorney Leffler?
For now, yes.
If I can respond. Article 5, Section 3 of the Newton Falls Charter indicates, and I quote, "There shall be a Newton Falls Police Department, the head of which shall be the chief of police, who shall be appointed and removed by council and shall serve under the supervision of the city manager." Based on that statement within your charter, it is city council under their discretion to hire, appoint, and remove a police chief.
The Ohio Supreme Court has indicated that where a charter is not in conflict with the Ohio Revised Code, that the Ohio Revised Code takes precedent. In this case, there is no direct conflict, citing the case of Bardo versus Lyndhurst. There is no direct conflict between the city charter and Ohio Revised Code. There is a provision under the Ohio Revised Code for disciplining a village marshal or chief of police. That code section is 737.171. But there is no direct conflict between the charter and Ohio Revised Code 737.171. Therefore, it's our position that the Ohio Revised Code 737.171 is still applicable with regard to charges or discipline against the chief of police, and therefore any type of action in this regard would have had to have been filed under the Revised Code section.
The revised code also indicates in 737.171 that the mayor shall file with the legislative authority of the village the written charges against the person setting forth the detail of the reasons of the charges. The charges filed under this section shall be heard at the next regular meeting of the legislative authority, occurring not less than 5 days after the date of those charges have been served on the person against whom they are made. At the recommendation of the city manager, after you were presented the report in December of 2021, it was taken under advisement. Council then made the motion and authorized the charges filing based on the fact that there is a conflict between Article 5, Section 3 of your charter and Ohio Revised Code 737.171. The charter controls on the fact that the charter indicates the chief of police who shall be appointed and removed by council. Based on that conflict, council has the authority to remove, issue the charges, and proceed here tonight.
Attorney Emmel, is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, Mayor.
And Attorney Leffler, if you both could try to make sure you speak into the mic, because we do have
Yes, I'm having trouble hearing.
individuals on
Sure.
TV and stuff. Okay.
Well, my recommendation would be that we overrule that objection for the reasons that Attorney Emmel suggested. What we're doing here tonight is... My recommendation is that that objection be overruled, and the reason is that those articulated by Attorney Emmel. What we're trying to do tonight is provide due process to Eugene Fixler, which means he gets a public hearing, he gets to hear the charges, he'd already been served with the charges, he gets to reply to them, cross-examine witnesses under oath. We have a court reporter here taking down all the testimony. So that's what we're doing, is providing due process here. So my recommendation is that that objection would be overruled.
May I proceed, Mayor? Thank you. At this time, I'm going to submit to council a certified copy of the the internal investigation from the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office detailing the facts and circumstances around a fatal accident that occurred on December 2nd, 2020. There is a signed affidavit here attesting to its full, accurate, and complete nature of the report. It is an official record and kept in the ordinary course of business. That affidavit is signed by Chief Jeffrey Palmer of the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office. I would ask that the court reporter mark this as Exhibit D.
Are you going to give me a copy? Okay. The original? Okay. That's enough. Sorry.
During this investigation into the fatal accident that occurred on December 2nd, 2020, it was determined that Chief Fixler originally responded to this motor vehicle accident that occurred outside of the Newton Falls jurisdiction, actually took place in Portage County. In that response to the 911 call from gas station attendants, that an individual was walking away from a car and that another individual was passed out. That another individual was passed out in the vehicle. There are witness statements reports from the clerks that evening who called the police, indicating that the individual in the passenger seat who was passed out attempted to enter the gas station, had a very difficult time walking, standing was staggering, speech was slurred, attempted to walk into the exit door, and was very unsteady on their feet. Chief Fixler did respond to that call. There are conflicting reports, but I present to you in the most credible manner that the clerk, Christine Zurich, who's worked at the Duke and Duchess for 11 years, indicated that the chief stated to her, the individual was so messed up, he didn't even know I was standing there. There was an investigation into that individual's condition that Deputy Young of the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office performed once he arrived on scene, as it was within his jurisdiction. 6 minutes after reporting on scene, Deputy Young informed the dispatch that the scene was all clear and that the driver was permitted to leave. At that time, prior to that, Chief Fixler had observed a cracked needle, hypodermic needle, within the area of the car. They both indicated, both Deputy Young and also Chief Fixler, that the individual was in a condition to drive and did not appear to be under the influence. Within 9 minutes of being released from that scene, there was a fatal accident in which the driver of that vehicle caused an accident with an oncoming driver. Both drivers were, in fact, killed in that accident. It was determined through a Summit County medical examiner's toxicology report that the at-fault driver, who was the driver that both Deputy Young and Chief Fixler interviewed and had contact with and cleared from the scene as being in a condition to drive, had 17.5 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl, morphine, and THC present in their blood system. A lethal amount of that combination is scientifically known and accepted to be 5 nanograms per milliliter. It was also concluded during that investigation, which the report is in front of you, that it was impossible for the driver of the vehicle to inject themselves with the stated substances prior to leaving the scene and causing the accident, as the investigation determined that the accident occurred at a distance that took 10 minutes from the Duke and Duchess gas station. The accident occurred, I believe, in 11 minutes from the release of the driver from Deputy Young and Chief Fixler. Moving on, I am going to ask that Interim Chief Brian Four come forward to give testimony as it relates to a few matters.
Chair, I have a point of order. Are we doing opening statements or are you doing witness testimony?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
According to the order of events, there's supposed to be opening testimony. I thought this was part of the opening statement, not testimony.
I thought your objection was your opening statement. But
No,
if it wasn't,
no, I have an opening statement as well.
Why don't we back up and do...
I thought so too. I apologize.
Okay, all right. So are you doing an opening statement?
I'd already completed my opening statement prior to your
Okay.
objection and motion.
Well, I would, then as a point of order, I would like to make an opening statement.
Certainly,
My
go
objection
ahead.
was only to dismissal of the charges.
No, go ahead. I thought you had. So
Okay.
go ahead.
So thank you, council members, for the opportunity to hear our case today. My name is Dan Leffler. I'm the Chief Legal Counsel for the Ohio Patrolmen's Benevolent Association. We're representing Chief Gene Fixler in this case. We appreciate your attention. We believe that at the end of the case, you will find that the charges will not be sustained. And in fact, the report and investigation that was provided to you has factual inaccuracies and are just, in some cases, completely wrong. And we plan on having evidence, documentary evidence, and testimony to refute each of the different allegations. Gene Fixler has served law enforcement for over 48 years, initially starting off as a Cleveland Heights patrol officer, retiring from University Heights after 24 and a half years, serving as chief of Windham, and then now serving as chief of Newton Falls for 8 years. He has faithfully served the citizens of Newton Falls, not just in his administrative duties as the chief, but he continues to patrol the village, continues to back up his officers, and in 2021 has instituted a program to crack down on drugs within the village. My objection initially indicated that I believe the proper code section that this case should be heard under is Ohio Revised Code 737.171. That revised code section talks about the procedure for the removal of a village marshal, or in this case, what's called the village chief. The reason that the Ohio legislature adopted that type of regulation is that the police department is so vital to any administration, to any jurisdiction, and particularly to villages and municipalities, that there had to have been a separate procedure for the removal of a chief of police rather than just at the whim of the next political office that came in. And that code section provided a detailed procedure as to what was to happen. So in this case, it's our opinion, it's our estimate that This is nothing more than a political wind that is blowing through in one direction at this time. And at some point in the future, there may be a different political wind that blows in a different direction. But all of the sections, all of the causes that are outlined in section 737.171 talks about a police chief who has an inability to carry out the essential functions of the job, either through drunkenness, gross neglect of duty, malfeasance, misfeasance, things that would otherwise be considered to be not upholding the job of the police chief, not otherwise enforcing the laws in the village, and not doing his job, basically. What I believe you'll hear is that there are no allegations in this case that Chief Fixler has ignored his job, has been negligent in not carrying out his official duties, has not been in the village. In fact, I think, he will testify that he has gone above and beyond his normal 40-hour administrative duties. He works beyond his hours and sometimes works 60 hours in a week. Because he takes this job seriously and he wants to faithfully serve the citizens of Newton Falls. The allegations detailed in the notice, as I'd indicated, in some cases are factually wrong, but in other cases just cannot be proved by definition. The definition of misfeasance is defined as the wrongful exercise of a lawful authority. It's the wrongful exercise of lawful authority. With regard to the first allegation, which you've initially heard about, the investigation of back in December of 2020 about an alleged intoxicated male that ultimately resulted in an accident. In the report itself, it indicates that that incident initiated outside of Newton Falls, and it was not within the jurisdiction of the chief's authority. That's admitted within the documents itself. The Ohio Revised Code provides that an officer may not initiate an extrajurisdictional stop or arrest of an individual unless that incident initiates within the jurisdiction of the officer. That section code is 2935, and Chief Fixler will testify about that. So in this first incident, Chief Fixler had no authority to either stop or arrest the individual that was the subject of the investigation. Therefore, it cannot be misfeasance because there was no lawful authority to act in the first place. In addition to that, we're also going to point out why there are flaws in the investigation and dispute some of the facts that are indicated within the report itself. We believe that the Trumbull County investigation report was not complete and ultimately did not result in the termination of Deputy Dallas Young. We have evidence that he was, in fact, his termination was rescinded. He was returned to full duty, reinstatement with full duty, with back pay, and that there was no admission of wrongdoing, and that Dallas Young was exonerated in that investigation. Therefore, any type of link to Chief Fixler as having done something inappropriate with regard to the circumstances of Dallas Young cannot be sustained and must be dismissed. The second allegation, or there are subparts to the allegation, but no less than 3 times within the charging document does it indicate that Dallas Young was never given an oath of office. That is actually incorrect. And there's documentary evidence of that. There will be testimony to that. And not only did he get the oath of office or sworn in, not just once, but he did it twice. And that document was actually filed with the State Attorney General's office. And we will present those documents to you as well. So the investigation, which was detailed for you, contains in no less than 3 circumstances blatantly false and inaccurate information. The second allegation detailed in the report indicates that the chief, in hiring Dallas Young, somehow or another did something inappropriate, otherwise considered to be misfeasance as well. Again, as I've outlined in what you'll hear testimony, is that Deputy Young was exonerated from any of those charges, his termination was rescinded, and he was returned to duty. The third allegation includes neglect of duty, creating budgetary issues within Newton Falls. Chief will testify that over his 8-year career in the 7 prior years, there had been no over-budget issues with regard to his department. In 2021, obviously, was a difficult year with COVID issues. He had several officers that were off on COVID-related issues, which obviously he had to fill with overtime. And in addition to that, he had instituted the new program, which he will tell you about, that is keeping drugs out of the village of Newton Falls. And that program is very labor intensive. It takes a lot of equipment and money to institute that program. What the chief will also indicate is that if village council does not believe that that is an effective program or it's not worth the budgetary money, that you have the authority to rescind that and cancel that program, which is fine within your authority. But that program, as he will testify, does have costs associated with it that are above and beyond the normal budgetary process. The third allegation also again includes the fact that Officer Young was not given the oath of office, which again will be disproved. The fourth allegation concerns inefficiency with regard to a number of different policy issues, one being that he dissuaded a person from filing a written complaint. That is blatantly false. He will testify that he actually invited the person in to come in and do the complaint. That he did not issue firearms to village police officers. And he will testify that prior to his administration and during his administration, the policy was to issue department firearms to full-time employees, but not to reserve or part-time employees, because as those employees were leaving, it was difficult to get those weapons and guns back. Therefore, it's been the policy for well over 10 years that they do not issue handguns to reserve and part-time employees. Another part of that allegation is that his work area was unkept or unclean, and he will testify about what the circumstances were, and a number of those different things were cases that were involving different officers that he didn't realize had been sitting in the hallway or wherever those officers had kept those things. But it's not his responsibility. He had given direct supervision over his sergeants to make sure that the officers were taking care of those things, they were properly tagged in evidence and put away. Those supervisors, those sergeants, did not carry out the duties that he had instructed them to do, and therefore some things were left out, although he will testify that none of the things that you will hear about were evidence in a pending case. They were either all irrelevant documents or items, or had just been simply found and were waiting to be picked up, or were waiting to be disposed of. So none of them were active cases or evidence that was involved in an active case. Again, another part of that is Officer Young's failure to take an oath of office for the third time. We will disprove that charge as well. Having heard all of the evidence, in concluding, we believe that the charges are without merit, and that we are to ask Village Council to reject a motion to remove Chief Fixler or to remove him as Chief of Police and ask him to continue on. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I guess you've already given your opening, so it's time for testimony.
Again, I would ask Interim Chief Brian Ford to come forward, please. Who's going to swear him in? Go ahead.
You solemnly swear to testify about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Interim Chief, would you please state your full name for the record, please?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Would you please state your full name for the record, please?
Brian Four.
And you are currently employed at the Newton Falls Police Department.
I am
What is your current rank?
Sergeant, Interim Chief,
And when did you take over the role as interim chief?
October 20th.
Upon taking over as interim chief on October 20th, did you have a chance to enter the police department and the chief's office and observe the area?
I did.
I'm going to show you a series of pictures that have been previously marked as Exhibit A.
That's the one that's actually marked A.
Take a minute and look over those photos. Let me know when you complete it. Have you completed?
Pardon me?
Have you completed looking at those?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
All right. What are the, let's start with the first picture there that you have. That should have the Exhibit A sticker on it.
Chris,
That's the sergeant's office.
Okay.
Chris, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, I'll try to speak up.
Could you put that mic up to you?
And you indicated, what was that again? I'm sorry.
It's evidence in the sergeant's office.
Okay. And what is it evidence of?
That, sir, I'm not aware of.
Okay. And is it, where actually is it located?
It should be in the evidence room.
All right, but in that picture, where is it actually located?
It's sitting on the desk in the sergeant's office.
Okay. The sergeant's office or the chief's office?
Pardon me?
The sergeant's office or the chief's office?
This is the sergeant's office.
Can you show me that picture again? When you're looking at? What is the policy of the Newton Falls Police Department as it relates to evidence?
We're to take evidence in, keep it in our custody, log it in, or I'm sorry, package it, log it in, and secure it in a locker in the outside of the evidence room.
Is that where this was located?
Pardon me?
Is that where this is located?
No, it's not.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate depiction of what that looked like upon your taking office on October 20th of 2021?
It is.
Okay. Can we please go to the next picture, please? And would you describe what you were seeing in that picture?
That's in the city jail, or the old city jail.
And what do you see?
I'm sorry?
What do you see? What do you see in that picture?
Oh, it's a scooter with a Newton Falls evidence, or I'm sorry, property receipt on it.
And what is the policy and procedure of the Newton Falls Police Department as it relates to that property?
It's supposed to be kept secure until released to the owner.
Right. Was that being kept secure?
No.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of where that property was located when you took office on October 20th, 2021?
It is.
Okay. Can we proceed to the next picture, please?
It's almost the same thing.
Okay. Again, a true and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you assumed office?
It is.
Okay. Next picture, please. All right. And what is that a picture of?
Evidence.
And where is that evidence located?
The sergeant's office.
All right. similar to the other evidence we discussed earlier, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And again, is that done in accordance with the Newton Falls Police Department policies and procedures?
It is not.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of what you observed when you assumed office on October 20th, 2021?
It is.
Can we proceed to the next picture, please? And what is that a picture of?
Somebody's state ID
And where is that located at?
in the back room in the police department office.
Is it part of the Newton Falls policies and procedures that state IDs are left in the back of the police department?
It is not.
Where should that have been kept?
In the evidence room.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of what you observed when you took office on October 20th, 2021?
It is.
Can we proceed to the next picture, please? Is that, again, the same picture of the same ID that
It
we
is.
just discussed? Can we proceed to the next picture, please? What is that a picture of, sir?
The old Newton Falls City Jail.
All right, and what do you see in that jail?
Junk.
Can you be more descriptive, please?
I have no idea what's in there. It's just a variety of things. Some furnace filters, some boycott Newton Falls filters. Boycott Newton Falls signs. Just various items.
And is it part of the Newton Falls policies and procedures that that's where that material is to be kept?
I don't know if that's covered under the procedure.
Is it kept in an organized and easily recognized manner?
No.
I'm going to present to you what I'm going to have the court reporter mark as Exhibit E. Would you review that exhibit, and when you've had a chance to review it, let me know?
Can I get a copy of the exhibit, Chris?
I will get you a copy. I only have one copy. I will get you a copy.
Are you going to get it to me today during the hearing?
I can get it to you.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's the policy and procedure manual for the City of Newton Falls Police Department.
And how many times have you had access and used that policies and procedures?
These were printed and passed out approximately 2008, so multiple times since then.
And that is a complete and true and accurate copy of the Newton Falls Police Department policies and procedures manual. Is that
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
I'm going to present to you what's been previously marked as Exhibit B.
All right, that's the first one.
Would you review that document and please let me know when you have finished?
Are these 4 additional pages included in this?
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What is it?
Dallas Young's personnel file.
To your knowledge, that's a complete and accurate copy of his personnel file, is that correct?
It is.
I'm going to object to the document. I'm not sure that this witness has a foundation to testify about the document. Would contain hearsay and has no personal knowledge of what's in it.
I can lay the foundation down. Interim Chief, what are your duties as Interim Chief?
I am to administer the department, including personnel files.
Great. And you have access to all personnel files?
I do.
And as Interim Chief, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Right, would you please describe what it is?
It's Dallas Young's personnel file.
And I would direct you to the first page of that. What date is that application signed?
March 31st, 2021.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you know if Dallas Young was terminated from the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office?
To my knowledge,
Yes, sir.
he was at that time.
He was terminated at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Would you please review that exhibit to indicate, do you notice his termination anywhere in that application?
It is not indicated, sir.
Was that application signed as a complete application?
It is not.
Officer Dallas Young did not sign that application?
It is signed, but it's not notarized.
And in your review of that application, has the applicant filled out their work history and completed all sections of that application?
He is not.
In that personnel file, actually, let's do it this way. Are you aware of the policies and procedures of the Newton Falls Police Department that require probationary officers and new hires to complete a one-year probationary term?
That's correct.
And during their probationary term, are those officers required to have performance evaluations?
They are.
Are there any performance evaluations in that applicant's and hire that officer's personnel file?
There are not.
Direct you to, I believe it's the 4th page of that exhibit. The page starts with the words oath of office. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that oath of office executed?
Is it what?
Is it executed by the officer?
No,
It's blank.
it's blank.
Sir, are all officers required to complete an oath of office?
They are.
Is there anywhere in that personnel file that that officer has completed the oath of office?
No,
So to your knowledge, that officer has not completed the oath of office?
pardon me?
That officer has not then completed the oath of office?
No.
Are you familiar with policy 320 of the Newton Falls Policy and Procedure Manual?
Off the top of my head, no, sir.
Would it, if you were to review that, would it help refresh your recollection? Is that a yes? That if you were to
Yes.
review that? Okay. Would you please review that policy that's been marked in Exhibit E?
You said 320?
320, specifically Section IV.
I'm sorry, specifically section what?
Section IV, Roman numeral 4.
Which section did you say?
Section Roman numeral 4.
Okay,
C1,
go ahead.
regarding a complaint.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what the policies of the
Yes, sir.
Newton Falls Police Department are?
Yes, sir.
What are the policies as to complaints from citizens?
Complaints may be taken either by in person over the phone or in writing. They're to be taken by a supervisor, and there's supposed to be an investigation performed by a supervisor.
So there's multiple ways that a complaint about an officer can be made.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing that indicates that that has to be done in writing, is that correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
There's nothing that indicates that that complaint has to be done in writing.
No, sir.
Nothing that indicates that a complaint written must be done in the police department.
No, sir.
Are you aware of any complaints made against the police department by an Alexander Brewer?
I am.
Okay. Were those complaints taken by the police department?
I do not know, sir.
Do you know who those complaints were made to?
I believe it was Chief Fixler himself.
Was that investigated?
I do not know, sir.
Was that done in writing?
The complaint?
Yes.
I do not know.
Pursuant to the policies and procedures of Newton Falls, are you aware of how an individual's work area must be kept?
Clean and tidy?
Okay. Upon you assuming the office of interim chief on October 20th, in your opinion, was the police department neat and tidy?
No.
Would you please describe how that police department was?
The police department's in complete disarray. There's papers laying all over the counter's sticky, tacked. Some things have a lot of dust on them. There's equipment on the counter that hasn't been used in years.
And whose responsibility is it to ensure that the police department is in a neat and tidy order?
The chief's.
I have nothing further to.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Hi, Sergeant. Is it all right if I call you Sergeant?
Sure.
All right. My name's Dan Leffler. I have a few questions for you. If you don't understand my questions, I can rephrase it, okay?
I can't hear you, sir. Put the microphone closer.
I was just indicating that if you don't understand my questions, I can rephrase it so that we can get the correct answer, okay?
Sure.
All right. How long have you been a sergeant with Newton Falls?
Since 2009.
Okay. Anytime prior to October of 2021, had you ever filed a complaint or indicated to Chief Fixler that you felt the department was in disarray?
No.
You testified about the pictures that were taken. When did you take those pictures?
I didn't take them.
Who took the pictures?
Mr. Rimmel.
Okay. Do you know what day he took those pictures?
Mr. Rimmel, do you know off the top of your head?
If you don't know, sir, you can just say you don't know.
I don't know.
So you don't know whether it was before or after?
It was
you
after October 20th.
After you took office?
That's correct.
So the conditions on those pictures still existed after you'd taken office on October 20th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they were not cleaned up?
Pardon me?
They were not cleaned up. They were in the condition that they were prior to October 20th?
That's correct.
You'd also indicated that several of the pictures taken were in the sergeant's office?
That's correct.
Is that your office?
No, sir.
Whose office?
I mean, it is, but I don't use it. It is indicated as a sergeant's office. I do not use it.
Okay.
I was the school resource officer. I wasn't at the station.
Okay. My understanding is that in the summer, though, you act as a patrol officer
I do.
or a sergeant on the department?
Correct?
Okay. So in the summer of 2021, you would have been an on-duty sergeant?
That's
supervising officers?
Yes.
And at that time, you hadn't undertaken to clean up the department, clean up the sergeant's office, or anything like that?
Nope.
Do you recall receiving an email from Chief Fixler telling all of the members and the sergeants that they had to tag all the evidence, make sure that it was all properly stacked and put in its place?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing that?
No.
I'm going to draw your attention. I'll draw your attention to what's been marked as, what do you want to call it, Defendant Exhibit 1?
That's fine.
Do you recall seeing that document?
A point of order, though. Dan, would you show Mr. Immel I mean, he did that for you. I think you should do that for him as well, please. I believe we're going to mark it as Defendant's Exhibit 1. comments. I mean, that's up to Dan.
All right, Sergeant, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what's the date on that document?
July 14th, 2021.
Okay. Were you copied on that?
Pardon me?
Were you copied on that document?
Yes.
Does it indicate in there that it's the officer's responsibility to make sure that everything is tagged
It does.
and disposed of?
It does.
And as a sergeant, would it have been your responsibility to make sure those orders were carried out?
Yes and no.
No, do you get to refuse a direct order from the chief?
Pardon me?
Do you get to refuse a direct order from the chief?
No.
The pictures that we looked at, you'd indicated that were located within the sergeant's office. I don't have a copy of it. I'm not sure what exhibit it was marked as. Do you have those? No, the pictures that were given during direct.
They're right here.
A, okay.
They're attached to the
Got it. Could you grab a copy of that exhibit, please, sir? The exhibit that has been marked as A, you testified was located within the sergeant's office.
That's correct.
And it appears to be an evidence bag, some type of evidence?
They're in evidence bags and they're sealed.
Okay. Do you see the initials GF
I do not.
on the paper bag? It says GF.
Oh, yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Do you know whose initials those are?
I'm assuming Gordon Fisher's.
Okay. Gordon Fisher is an officer?
He was.
Is he under your command?
Yes.
So this evidence that was obtained by an officer under your command was located within the sergeant's office?
Yes.
You'd also testified there was a scooter, appears to be a scooter in the hallway? Is that correct?
In the jail.
Do you know why that was located there?
I do not.
Did you make any attempt to find out why it was located
I
there?
did not.
And the picture located, I believe you said on a desk. Is that
On
correct?
what?
The picture, ID that was located on the desk?
That's on the shelf in the back office.
Okay. Do you know whether that was there prior to October 20th?
It was.
It was there prior to October 20th?
It was.
I'm sorry.
It was.
Okay. And you saw it there?
I did.
Did you make any attempt to find out where it belonged or who it belonged to?
I did not.
You testified with regard to Deputy Dallas Young's personnel file, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does the policy require that all applications be notarized?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay. You'd also testified that probationary employees are required to have evaluations done?
Yes, sir.
Officers work under the command of their sergeants, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who would typically do those evaluations?
The only one I've ever seen do it's the chief.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the sergeants should also do evaluations of the officers under their command?
In a normal department, yes.
you know how long Officer Young was on the department?
How long he was on the department? Which time?
Beginning in March of 21, is that when it was? December of 21.
Yes.
Okay. How long was he on after March of 21?
After March of 21? This is January, so 7 months, 8 months?
He's still on the department?
He is.
Okay. And how frequently do evaluations have to be done?
Every 6 months, I believe.
Okay. So when you took over, you didn't do an evaluation of Dallas?
No, sir.
No, sir?
No.
Okay. So you're in violation of that policy as well?
Yes, sir.
You'd indicated that a complaint was filed by Alex Brewer.
Yes, sir.
You were aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You weren't aware whether that was in writing or not?
I am not.
Okay. So if there's evidence that there was a writing, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that?
Repeat that?
If there is evidence that there was a written complaint, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that?
Not unless I went looking for it.
And you also said you weren't aware of the circumstances of how that complaint was made, is that right?
No, sir, I wasn't present.
Okay.
I was not present. Pardon me?
Is it no, sir?
No, sir, I was not present.
But you know that a complaint was filed?
I had heard that there was. I do not know.
Okay. Do you know, and you testified that you don't know whether Chief Fixler did a follow-up investigation on that?
I do not.
So if he testified that he did, you'd have no reason to dispute that?
No, I don't.
You testified about the items that were in the old jail, I believe is what you called it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was no policy that governed that?
No.
Okay. Do you know what those items are? Are those just discarded items?
I wouldn't say discarded, no.
What would you call it?
Junk. Clutter.
Is there a storage facility outside of the police department where those items could be stored?
There is.
Okay, where's that located?
Pardon me?
Where's that located?
Behind the police department. Pardon me? Behind the police department.
So prior to October 20th, did you make any attempt to remove those items and put them in storage?
No.
After October 20th, did you make any attempt to do that?
No.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. How many sergeants are there at the police department?
Pardon me?
How many sergeants are there at the police department?
2.
So you're not the only sergeant?
I am not.
So it's also the other sergeant's responsibility to ensure that, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, did he correct any of those issues?
No.
Did he follow that directive given by the chief?
No.
Take you back to that evidence that's marked GF. Do you know when that evidence was obtained?
I do not.
Okay. Was it already in that office and in that location when you assumed the role as interim chief?
It was.
So it's safe to say that it was probably obtained prior to October 20th, 2021?
Yes.
Do you know when Officer Young was hired?
I would have to go by the date that's on the application,
And what is that date?
3/20 of '21.
So he was hired the same date as his application?
I would assume so, yes.
To your knowledge, was a background check performed?
Pardon me?
To your knowledge, was a background check performed?
No.
Is that a requirement prior to being hired as an officer with the Newton Falls Police Department?
It is.
Are you familiar with policy 400, Roman numeral 3, number 17 of the Policies and Procedure Manual?
Not without looking.
Would you please review that?
.400 Roman numeral what?
3, number 17.
Yes, sir.
What is that policy?
It's a policy requiring a one-year probationary period for all new hires.
Does it indicate when probationary period evaluations are to be done?
No,
It is not.
I don't believe so, no.
It doesn't indicate that they're supposed to be done every 3 months?
No, sir.
If it were to say every 3 months, and Officer Young was hired, you said March 31st, is that correct?
March 20th of 2021.
And so that he would have had to have had how many evaluations prior to you assuming the role of interim chief?
2.
Were any of those evaluations done?
No.
Were any of those evaluations in his personnel file?
No.
I have nothing further.
Just to follow up, Sergeant.
Yeah, we can hear you. Normally, I mean, you know, obviously it has to be right to what he says.
Okay. You testified that, or you were asked whether a background check was done on Officer Young.
Correct.
Was your testimony that it was not done, or you don't know whether?
It's not in his probation, or not in his file.
Okay, but you don't know whether one was done or not?
No.
And with regard to the oath of office, you were shown a document.
Outside of my redirected examination.
That does happen to be true.
That's fine, I'll do it later.
Okay.
That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further.
No more?
He can be excused.
Okay, nothing more for you. Any
Thank
other
you.
witnesses?
I have no additional witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Loeffler, you may begin.
All right. Can I take 1 minute? Your chair, thank you. I'm going to object to the charges or allegations without proof of evidence or evidence offered or any evidence at all to substantiate any of the allegations. The first one being the misfeasance for failure to determine Mr. Hayner was under the influence. There's been no testimony with regard to that incident, other than statements of counsel, which are not evidence or testimony. The second one would be the third allegation with regard to neglect of duty, with regard to budgetary issues within Newton Falls Police Department. There's been no evidence or testimony given to substantiate those allegations. And the third is with regard to the procedure for taking complaints. There's been no testimony or evidence to suggest that the chief had dissuaded or otherwise prevented anybody from filing a complaint. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take those under advisement. Do you want to go ahead, please? And
Yeah. We call our first witness as Dominic Saturday.
I do.
All right, could you state and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Dominic Saturday, D-O-M-I-N-I-C, Saturday, common spelling.
Okay. And are you employed somewhere?
I am. I'm employed by the Ohio Patrolmen's Benevolent Association.
Okay, and what are your general duties?
I am general counsel for the union. My duties, they're expansive. They go from negotiating collective bargaining agreements, representing employees in arbitrations, appearing before courts and state administrative agencies to protect the union's interests, and then just fielding calls, responding to members in day-to-day business.
Okay. Were you familiar with Deputy Dallas Young?
I am familiar with Dallas Young.
And how were you familiar with him?
I learned about Dallas Young near the end of 2020, beginning of 2021. I have represented the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department, sheriff's deputies, and mixed clerical and maintenance units for several years now, for about 3 years now. I learned that Young was under investigation and that he desired union representation.
Okay. Is he a member of the OPBA?
He, at that time, was a member in good standing of the OPBA.
Okay. And how did you become involved in, or what was your involvement in his case?
For almost a year, I represented Dallas Young. I represented him from the beginning all the way through until the matter was finally resolved. I represented him in the interviews that he gave to his supervisors at the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department. I represented him after the notice of charges had come out. I represented him in filing the grievance. I represented him in the lead up to the pending arbitration, and then I represented him in negotiating his reinstatement to the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department.
Did you have an opportunity to review any incident reports with regard to his case?
I reviewed thousands of pages of documents provided by the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department. I reviewed incident reports. I reviewed Major Palmer's investigative summary and his notice of charges that went to Young.
You had indicated that a grievance was filed?
The OPBA did file a grievance on behalf of Mr. Young.
Okay. Can you explain to the council members what that means?
Yeah, so basically a grievance is just a fancy legal word for when a union member has a problem with their employer. They're alleging that the employer broke the labor contract, and then there's a very specific mechanism in place for how that grievance works through a grievance procedure with the employer, and then it results in a final and binding hearing in front of a neutral judge called an arbitrator.
Okay. As part of that grievance procedure, did you do an investigation or undertake your own investigation with regard to that case?
Yes, I do that in every grievance that I'm involved with. I usually start by reviewing some arbitration case law, looking over the collective bargaining agreement, evaluating the employee's personnel file, reviewing the investigative documents, talking to witnesses on my own, and then assessing the merits of the potential grievance and what types of chances the union would stand if it were to take the grievance to arbitration, whether the arbitrator would rule in the union's favor or not.
Okay. And what was your analysis of the investigation with regard to Trumbull County?
My analysis of the investigation that Major Palmer produced was that it was incomplete. It contained several flaws. The facts that were outlined in the investigation did not lead to a conclusion that Dallas Young had committed any type of policy violations in Trumbull County. I reviewed Young's personnel file as part of that investigative summary. He was a longtime employee of the department. He had no active disciplinary issues, and given all of those things, I felt that the union would stand a good chance of winning reinstatement for Mr. Young at arbitration.
So it was your belief that he should not have been terminated?
That was my belief, and
Objection, it's opinion.
Yeah, I don't think belief exactly is evidence.
What was the basis on which you filed the grievance then?
yeah, I filed the grievance on the basis that the employer did not have just cause to terminate Dallas Young. Just cause is a complicated concept, but basically throughout the last 80 or 90 years, arbitrators have come up with standards and factors for deciding whether or not employers can prove the allegations against an employee. Arbitrators differ in their opinions, but there are some rules that apply across the entire United States. And I felt that the investigation, one of the elements of just cause was that the employer complete an accurate, a thorough investigation. I didn't feel that their investigation was accurate or thorough. Like I said, the investigative memorandum is something that's usually prepared by an employer, knowing that if the union challenges the termination or discipline, the case might go to arbitration and they would need evidence to uphold the termination. They're typically not objective documents that are compiled by an outside source. They're compiled by the employer itself. So they generally tend to be self-serving, and I felt that that was the way that Major Palmer's memo was, and that we would stand a good chance that there was no just cause for the termination.
Okay. And ultimately, did you go to arbitration in his case?
There was an arbitration hearing scheduled for September of this past fall, but ultimately we did not go to hearing on the grievance.
Okay, and why not?
I negotiated a settlement for Mr. Young.
I'm going to allow you some leeway here, but Mr. Young doesn't happen to be on trial. We're trying to focus on the activities of Mr. Fixler. So if you want to ask some questions that relate to that, and I'm trying to move this along.
Yeah, the first two allegations include the fact that Mr. Fixler did not intervene in the initial investigation or the stop related to December 2nd, in which Dallas Young was participating. And then second is that he was terminated from Trumbull County and then ultimately hired by Newton Falls by the chief. It is relevant and important to understand that both of those allegations are unsubstantiated, and that's my testimony, or my witness is going to testify to.
Okay, we'll let you ask the question.
I'm handing you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that document?
I do recognize the document.
And what is that document?
This is a settlement agreement that I wrote with Trumbull County Sheriff's Department Attorney Kurt Ambrosi.
Okay, and what does that document, what is that document, what does it mean?
Yeah, this is the document that stopped the arbitration hearing from going forward. You'll see in the first paragraph that Dallas Young's termination was overturned, that he was reinstated to his position as a full-time sheriff's deputy in the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department. He was provided back pay. He then retired.
Does that also indicate that there was no wrongdoing on Mr. Young's part?
It does. Page 2, paragraph number 9 is a no admission of liability clause. It says that no one, neither the employer nor the union, nor the employee, Mr. Young, admitted any liability in the matter related to December 2nd, 2020.
And based on that, there would have been nothing that would preclude Dallas Young from being hired by Newton Falls?
That's correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
What was the date that agreement was signed?
We all signed the agreement on August 25th, 2021.
So in March of 2021, Deputy Young was still terminated, correct?
He was terminated under protest, under the grievance.
But he was still terminated, yes?
Yes, under protest.
You indicated in that agreement that there's no admission of liability, right?
That's correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean that there's no liability on either side, correct?
It means that for the purposes of the collective bargaining agreement and whether the employer had cause to terminate Young, that neither the employer nor Young admitted there was any liability.
Right, that they agreed to neither one would admit liability. But it doesn't say that there was not liability, right? There could have been liability, they just agreed that there was no liability, right?
Yes, it says that, however, the settlement agreement provides for Young's reinstatement, which would be contrary to a termination.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Does the effect of the rescission of the termination mean it's retroactive back to the date of termination? That no longer has any effect?
That's correct, and that's why paragraph 3 of the settlement agreement goes to very great lengths to say that the employee would be paid back retroactive to April 1st, 2021, which was the date after he was terminated. It's because for purposes of his retirement, the pension board wanted to see that he was in fact reinstated and cleared of the wrongdoing in the charges.
And just for clarification, the date is 2020, right, not 2021?
It's 2021. The date of the incident was 2020. The reinstatement was retroactive to this spring, this past spring.
All right. That's all.
Briefly. I understand that he was reinstated as of the date of that agreement. But at the time of March 31, 2021, he was in fact still terminated from the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if somebody were to ask him, or an application indicated, have you been terminated? An answer would need to be yes, because he was in fact terminated.
I don't know what an applicant should put on their application or would put on their application.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
That's all. All right, next we'll call Gene Fixler.
I do.
All right, Chief, can you state and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Eugene H. Fixler, F-I-X-L-E-R.
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
48 3/4 years.
Okay, and tell us about that background.
Well, I was employed as a police officer in City of Cleveland Heights, City of University Heights, Village of Grand River, State of Ohio as a lieutenant, police chief in the Village of Wyndham, and police chief in the City of Newton Falls since October of 2013.
Okay. So you've been the chief here since October of 2013?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What are your general work duties? What do you do on a daily basis?
I'm responsible for the total administration of the police department, but I also find myself very active with patrol, investigations, working with information that I get. I'm one of the few full-time chiefs in the county that wear a uniform all the time because I like being out doing public relations, community relations, talking to our residents. I go over the reports. I look at what's called the CAD entries, which are computer-aided dispatch, which when it doesn't, something that doesn't rise to the level of having to do a report, I'll look those over. Basically, anything and everything, including working on the police cars under the hood at times and making sure they're in good repair, and just a little of everything in a given day.
And are your general duties 40 hours a week?
I'm paid for 40 hours. I'm here at times 50 and 60 hours a week that I do not get paid anything extra for because I'm salaried.
Okay. And why would you stay over after a shift, let's say?
I have a passion for what I do. And when the time, 8 hours ends, it doesn't matter to me. I make a point to stick around, to go out, patrol, back up the other police cars if they're on a call, if they're on a traffic stop. I just make a point to be here.
Okay. Prior to the charges being filed on you, had anybody ever accused you of neglect of duty or failing to perform your essential functions of the job?
No, sir.
Do you know what the basis of the request for the investigation was?
I was pretty dumbfounded when I got it. I really don't know. I mean, I was very confused by it because I didn't feel I'd done anything wrong.
Okay. All right. And let's talk about the nature of the charges. I don't know if there's a document up there, but I can provide you with a document. Chief, can you identify that document, what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 3?
This is a notice of charges.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and how did you receive that?
About 2 weeks ago, I was served with it by the city manager, the law director, and the interim law director, interim city manager, and interim prosecutor.
Okay. The first allegation regards misfeasance, and what it indicates is failure to properly determine Mr. Hayner was under the influence while responding to the out-of-jurisdiction call on December 2nd, 2020. Do you recall that incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the charge indicates that it was outside of your jurisdiction.
Yes, sir, outside the jurisdiction.
Okay, so the event occurred not in Newton Falls, correct?
No, sir, it did not.
And are you only authorized to operate within Newton Falls?
I'm authorized by law to operate only within Newton Falls.
Are you familiar with Revised Code 2935.03?
Not right off.
If I gave you a document, would it refresh your recollection?
It would help.
Okay. Can you review that document for me?
Yes.
Okay. And does that document indicate that you're permitted to pursue somebody outside of your jurisdiction, but it has to initiate within your jurisdiction?
This is what it says. It has to initiate within the jurisdiction.
Okay. And did you have any lawful authority to intervene in the stop of Mr. Hayner?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay.
Dan, sorry to interrupt. Did you mark that as an exhibit?
I did not.
Okay. Do you want it marked?
No. How did you become aware of that call?
I had the scan on my police radio in my patrol car, and I had heard where a call went out to a county car regarding what sounded like a car had been dumped at the Duke and Duchess gas station, which was probably about maybe 2 miles east of where I was. And the first thing I thought of was sounded like a stolen car was just dumped. So I called in that I'd go up and get the plate number and observe the car.
Okay. Would that be something you typically do, is just observe?
That's correct.
All right. Were you aware that the deputies were responding to that call?
I was, and I believe that when I heard the distance that they were coming in from is one of the reasons why I said I was going to go up.
Okay. And what did you observe while you were there at the scene?
Well, when I pulled in, I saw a vehicle that matched the description of the car that had been called in. I pulled up next to it to see if the ignition had been peeled out or if there was any broken glass, like on a wing window or something such as that. And I did not, so then I backed up from the car more towards the building.
Okay. And did a clerk from the store come out and talk to you?
Yes, a clerk did come out.
Okay, and what did she say?
She just said that the guy who's in the car is pretty messed up, and he was almost walked into their windows, and I didn't see when I pulled up by the car anyone in there, so I pulled back up to look, and I called it in at that point too. I called into dispatch to advise what I was told, and I reiterated that I was just going to be there to observe.
Okay. And primarily, were you there when the deputies arrived, that you could assist them or you would be there for their protection?
More so be there for their protection. Now, when I say there, it was just one. It was just Deputy Young.
So at some point then, Deputy Young arrived?
He did about 20 minutes later.
Okay. And what you recall, the interaction with Deputy Young was with the suspect?
He asked the male to get out of the car on the passenger side. The male was laying prone. The seat was, passenger seat was all the way back, which is why I didn't see him when I first pulled in. He asked the guy to get out of the car, and I had gotten out of my car at that point. It's like the first time I had gotten out of my car since I was there. And Deputy Young asked him for ID, and I believe also patted him down at that time.
Okay. Did you observe the male?
I did.
Did you observe any signs of impairment or otherwise feel probable cause was warranted?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you have a conversation with another male that had indicated that somebody else had been stopped down the road?
While I was waiting for the deputy to come, a Hummer SUV pulled up next to me, and I believe he said he was a volunteer fireman, and he said the guy who had been driving the car was just walking down Route 82, went over by Route 82. And I believe I called that information in, but there was no other cars in the area anyhow.
Okay. At that time, did you know that there was anything that would warrant arresting the suspect?
There was nothing at that time. I was watching the guy as he was getting out of the car for safety, to watch his hands, watch his movements, watch that he don't start running. And I glanced down at the ground and saw a syringe there. It looked like it had been run over by a car, like it had been there for a while. So I had no way of knowing if that was Mr. Hayner's or if it had been there, and I actually thought it might have been there, and I pointed down to the ground and mentioned it to Deputy Young.
Okay. And did Deputy Young then take that into evidence?
He did.
Okay. As a law
Right, I don't know if he took it into evidence. He took it and put it into his vehicle.
Okay. And as a trained law enforcement officer, would it have been permitted to accuse that person of something if you just found it laying on the ground?
No, but I did ask him if it was his, and he said it wasn't.
Okay. At some point then, did you return to your vehicle?
I did. I was, after a couple minutes, Sergeant Storm had showed up on the scene just once again to observe and see what was going on. And I got a text of something was of some importance, so I excused myself. I said, I'll be over in my car. I got to return a phone call. And I got in my patrol car and made a phone call.
Okay. And in the interim period then, did Deputy Young release the suspect?
I watched the male walk from the passenger side to the driver's side of the vehicle, got in and drove out, and then I watched Deputy Young leave also.
Okay. And did you have any legal authority to do anything at that point?
No, I have no jurisdiction there. I was not in charge at that scene.
All right. Looking at the second allegation of the paragraph down, indicates that you then hired Dallas Young.
I did.
Okay. So, based on what you knew of the facts and circumstances, did you think that that was appropriate?
I did, however, before doing that, I spoke to the city manager and told him that it may be a little controversial, and had I not been there at the scene when this happened, I probably would have given it some second thoughts about doing it. However, being there and knowing that by my observations, Mr. Hayner was not impaired in any way at that time, I felt that, and knowing Deputy Young, I felt it would be the proper thing to do, and city manager agreed with me and told me, yes, go ahead and do it.
How long had you known Deputy Young?
9 years. Well, at the time of this, probably around 7.5 years.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with him?
He was our deputy for the area. He was primarily assigned to Newton Township, and we would assist in Newton Township upon request, and even when we didn't request, Deputy Young would be assisting us with things. He was a plethora of good information for us for solving crimes, just an all-around good, responsible officer of the law that nobody ever had anything bad to say about him. He was very popular in both Newton Township and in the city of Newton Falls.
Were you ultimately aware that he was going to be terminated or was terminated from Trumbull County?
I was made aware of it. He called me after it, in fact, happened.
Okay. And did you ask him then to go through and fill out the required paperwork for Newton Falls?
I did. It's a requirement which includes not only the application process, but going and getting a drug test, getting there has to be different papers signed for Homeland Security, for the Attorney General's office, a variety of things. It's more than just one paper and giving somebody a badge and saying, okay, you're on.
And you indicated that you talked to the city manager and he approved you hiring.
That is correct.
When he was hired, did you administer an oath of office?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How many times did that occur?
Twice.
And can you explain to the council members how that occurred?
Sure. When there's a form that is called an SF-400, which is an officer appointment form that has to be sent to the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy through the Ohio Attorney General. And that form not only has information about one's name, address, date of birth, and so on, but it has previous employment on it. And as it happens, Officer Young started his career in the city of Newton Falls, probably many, many years ago. But on there is also an oath of office. And that oath of office has to be administered, and because the Attorney General's office will not accept a SF-400 form unless everything is absolutely perfect and everything is signed. And so, yes, I did. I administered the oath of office down in the police station area for that, and then he was given a second oath of office by David Lynch, the city manager.
And why would David Lynch do an oath of office?
He just felt, knowing Dallas Young, he felt that it would be the appropriate thing to do. So we went over to David Lynch's office, and Dave re-administered the oath of office right in this building with a Bible that was left over from when this was a church. I held the Bible, Dallas put his right hand on it, and Mr. Lynch gave the oath of office.
All right, I'm showing you what has been marked as defendant or plaintiff or city Exhibit B. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir, I do. This is the SF 400 form.
Okay. And would you have filled this out?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at the bottom, there's a signature. Whose signature is that?
That is my signature attesting as the reporting authority.
Okay. And flip over to the next page at the top. It indicates a oath of office.
Yes, it does.
And who signed that form?
Dallas Young signed it as signature of appointee, and I signed it as signature of appointing authority.
Okay. And then you then filed that with the Attorney General's office?
That is correct.
Looking over at the fourth page in that document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
That's ceremonial, as I like calling it, oath of office. It says the same exact thing as the SF 400, but the SF 400 is what's the actual lawful form. This particular oath of office says, once again, it says basically the same thing, and I say basically because the SF 400 doesn't actually say Newton Falls on it. The ceremonial one does, but he had already taken his oath of office.
All right, and that document was signed by who?
David Lynch.
Okay. And does this form then, is it the city manager's responsibility to sign and have the incumbent sign that?
It is.
I'm handing you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what is that document?
It's a photograph that was taken of Dallas Young with his right hand on the Bible. I'm holding the Bible, and Mr. Lynch is shaking his hand. Apparently, he's just given him the oath of office, and I recognize the office as being that of the city manager's office with wallpaper across on the wall and blue carpeting.
All right, moving on to the third allegation. I've previously made an objection to the third allegation, requesting it be dismissed for lack of testimony, but I'd proffer testimony as to what the chief would testify about that. Do you see the third document, or the third allegation?
Neglect of duty?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of any year prior to 2021 that the police department was over budget?
I don't believe so.
Do you believe it was over budget in 2021?
I don't know. What I saw in some paperwork showed it was, but I don't know if that figure was contrived after I left, because I know there's been a considerable sum of money spent since I left. I'm not sure if I was in fact or not. I don't know.
Okay. Did you start a new program in 2021?
I did.
And what was that program called?
It was called Don't Bring Your Drugs to Newton Falls.
All right. And why did you start that program?
There's been an outcry from the citizens ever since I started here in Newton Falls about drug problems. Every time you turn around, people are saying, you know, what's up with the drugs here in Newton Falls? People are, you know, we've watched drug sales on the streets. And my officers did the best they could. Well, fortunately, through donations from the community and different individuals, we were able to get a canine, the dog trained with one of my officers. A car was set up for it, and I have to say that ever since then, between the inception of putting the dog out there, and also some officers going to specialized drug interdiction classes in schools. We've been very successful. As of the time I left on October 20th, we had 100.
Maybe move the book. I don't know if the book, Gene, move the book. I don't know if that's it or not. Okay.
We had approximately 115 drug cases, 115 drug cases, which were a result of traffic stops. We had numerous, I want to call them drug raids of houses, different events that led to creating cases. And I do have to say that each one has not been filed in the municipal court because every drug that we took had to be sent out to the lab and it takes time.
Does it also take money?
It takes money.
Does this program cost money?
It does.
In what ways would it cost additional funds?
I had officers out, specialized officers at different times. If we had information that there would be drugs being conveyed into Newton Falls, or would be just somebody driving through, whatever, or we had good information, I'd have to have my specialized officers out on that, which included the dog. Also, if we do, as an example, a drug raid on a house, I had to have at least a minimum of 6 to 9 officers there because we have to do it right. If you don't do it right, A, you're going to lose the case, and B, you put the city in a libelous situation. So every officer had a specific task, everything from getting into the house, if it involved a search warrant, to photography, to arrests, to tagging and bagging of evidence. And if there was a great amount of evidence, that could take several hours to just do it right and get it right to ensure that we would have a good, solid case.
Okay. And does all of that cause overtime for those officers?
Yes, it does.
Does the K-9 program also cost additional dollars?
It does. The officer who handles the dog is actually by law has to be compensated for care of the dog. And then we also do additional training and such.
And was it your understanding those programs, the K-9 and the other things, had all been approved either by the city manager or the finance director?
It was all approved by the city council, and we suggested the dog. It was approved by the city manager. Everything went in good, fine order, and we probably have one of the best dogs in this area as a result of our good community stepping up to the plate for this.
Okay. And did you also have a couple of COVID cases in 2021?
I had several.
Okay. And how does that affect the budget?
Well, what was happening was the full-timer, if a full-timer got COVID, needless to say, somebody else had to work in this place because we have shift minimums, usually 2 to 3. And whether it be a full-timer or a part-timer, the shift have to be filled. If it's a full-timer, the officer gets time and a half. If it's a part-timer, gets just straight time. However, the part-timers, if they get COVID, they get no benefits at all. The only benefit that a part-time police officer in Newton Falls gets, other than his or her hourly rate, is a uniform allowance of, I think it's $300 a year, $150 every 6 months that you can buy maybe a jacket with at the most. It's not a lot of money. So if a part-timer comes down with COVID, he gets nothing. No compensation, you don't get paid, or nothing else.
Did you believe it was fair to
No,
provide?
absolutely not. Each officer works here for a reason, and mostly for a paycheck. And that paycheck goes towards a car payment, towards a rent, towards a mortgage, whatever the case may be. And I did not want to be in a situation that an officer who's got a car payment coming up is sick, feels sick, says to himself, you know what, I'm just going to go on to work, because if I don't, I'm not going to get paid. I'm not going to get that check to go ahead and be able to make my car payment, make my rent, whatever. So he shows up sick and gets 10 other people sick, 5 other people sick. So through the government in 2020, there was reimbursement for COVID. In 2021, there was not, but I still felt that I would go ahead and pay these officers and part-timers. I honestly don't think cost over $1,000, and it was all put on timesheets and signed off and approved by the city manager.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt, but we got to get this sound system fixed, and the gentleman wants some time to do that. So just take if you don't mind, just a short break.
Sure. Just talk into it.
Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, check. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. So you had provided income to some of the part-time officers that had been afflicted with COVID.
I did. I mean, there was no reason I wouldn't, because I felt it's doing the right thing, and the cost was not prohibitive at all. It was probably, I'm not sure what it was, but I wouldn't imagine it was over $1,000 if it was even that.
Part of the allegation also indicates that you failed to apply for grants for the school resource officer. Is that true or not true?
I recall, this was 6 years ago, and I recall that there was something that went by the wayside. I'm not quite sure what it was, but my recollection tells me that we did in fact get the grant after I had some correspondence with the government, and I replied to then City Manager Mr. Haney with a response letter that everything was good with it, and he accepted that as being everything was good with it.
Okay. So since 2016, has the school resource officer been on a grant program?
Yes.
Okay. How does that work?
From the federal government, the city pays 1/3, the school district pays 1/3, and the government pays 1/3. So it allows us to put a school resource officer into the school, and this is someone who actually attends a class. It's actually a week-long class, and the last one I sent was actually Sergeant 4 to Pennsylvania, right over the line. It was actually not even an hour away, but he was the last one to be certified for the job.
Okay. All right. One of the parts of that allegation is that, again, Officer Young was employed without taking the oath of office. We've already established that you did do that.
Yes, he did, twice.
The fourth allegation with regard to inefficiency, and there are a number of different policy violations indicated here. I'll go through them one by one, but if you just give a brief explanation as to each one of these, okay?
Sure.
The first part, again, includes the fact that Dallas Young did not complete the oath of office. That's factually inaccurate.
Correct.
Policy 313 requires individuals to make written complaints when procedure allows for complaints to be made in person, over the phone, or in writing. Did you ever dissuade or refuse to take a complaint from an individual?
No, I did not refuse to take a complaint from an individual.
Okay, and what was the circumstances with regard to Alex Brewer?
Okay, I was, I don't recall the exact date, but I was in my office and the court security officer called from the front desk and said that there was a gentleman there to make a complaint on a police officer about his son getting stopped. I asked, I said, well, how old is his son? And I was told he's 19. And I said, was this gentleman in the car? He says, no. He asked him, and he said, no. I guess at that time, one of my officers came out from the police station, which is a little farther up the hall, and reiterated the same thing. And at that time, Mr. Brewer left. I don't know how long he was gone for. I think it was a matter of maybe 5-10 minutes. I didn't know, I didn't give it a second thought about it at that time. And he was told the son has to come in because he's 19. And I came walking out of my office and I was walking up the hall and I was almost to the police department and I heard somebody coming through the front door of the court building, police station, yelling, "Chief," and just started shouting and everything and how he demanded to make a complaint.
Did you try and explain to him what the procedure was?
I did, numerous times.
Did he listen? Did he talk over top of you?
He kept talking over top of me.
Okay. At some point then, did you offer for him to come in and do the written complaint?
I did. I said, all right. I says, come on in. I'll let you do the complaint.
Okay. And did he end up doing that?
No.
What ended up happening with the complaint?
He, well, he refused to do the complaint. And I told him, I says, well, then that's fine. Email it to me. And he had a few choice expletives as he was going out the front door. And that was actually the last I saw of him until 2 days later.
Okay. Did you receive an email complaint?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell him at any point that he was not allowed or dissuaded him from doing the complaint?
No, I was, even though he was not involved and it involved his 19-year-old son, I still told him, all right, come on inside and do the complaint.
Okay. At some point, was a complaint filed with regard to, I forget the officer's name?
Officer Zalewski, as soon as Mr. Brewer left, out of concern, I checked our CAD reports and found that a brewer who lives in Newton Falls had been stopped. I believe it was the night before. And I contacted Officer Zalewski right away, and I asked him about what happened. I says, was there anything unusual? Tell me why the gentleman's father is here to make a complaint.
Okay. Did you also have him do a written statement?
I did.
And so you did an investigation with regard to the complaint, even though there was no formal complaint?
I did.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
My conclusion was nothing wrong happened. The traffic stop took 3 minutes and 48 seconds from start to finish. Officer Zalewski said that he had stopped the car, one, for traffic violation, but secondly, the owner of the car, who was Mr. Brewer, was under suspension. We had learned that about 3 weeks before when he was involved in an altercation by Ace Hardware. And as I said earlier, I read most all reports. And I had seen this, but all of my officers had seen it too. There was I mean, there's no secret when there's something in a report. And apparently Officer Zalewski, I'm thinking, may have known this, or he ran the plate. I'm not quite sure what the case was, but it came back with somebody under suspension. And when somebody's under suspension, you have the right to pull that car over. Well, when he did pull the car over, he walked up to the car. It's in the night season. He had no idea who was driving that car, but he realized it's not a 44-year-old male driving. So he looked at the driver's license, went back to his car, ran it through his mobile data terminal, and I believe the entire stop was like 3 minutes and 48 seconds, start to finish. And Officer Zalewski said that the younger Mr. Brewer was very, very polite, and there was nothing that would have caused the elder Mr. Brewer to want to make a complaint, but he was welcome to do it, which I told him he could.
Okay. The next part of that allegation indicates that Rule 22 states that officers shall only carry firearms issued by Newton Falls Police Department. Is that the policy?
It was up until about 8 years ago, and under my authority, under the charter, I changed that. Most police departments do not issue weapons to reserves and part-time officers, and everybody starts as a reserve officer, as an unpaid reserve initially. And I had a problem getting a gun back from one very short-time reserve officer because when I started, everybody was issued city guns under the former Chief Cuevala's policy. It was not a good idea. I know for a fact that under Chief Carlson, no one was issued guns but full-timers, and I went back to that rule that it's only full-timers or somebody with a hardship, meaning if an officer comes on and he can't afford to buy his own gun or doesn't have his own personal gun, we will do that. But otherwise, this is a firearm, and we have to be very careful on when we put firearms out on the street, whether it's with a police officer or not.
And under your authority, under the charter, you believe you have the authority to do that?
Yes, sir.
Next indicates that Rule 36 directs how one's work area is to be maintained. As outlined in the report, your work area is in disarray and unkept. Is that true?
If you're referring to what's shown in that picture, the answer is no, because that's not the chief's office that's shown in that picture.
Okay. Would it be the sergeant's responsibility to oversee that and to make sure that all of that gets properly, I guess, identified and stored somewhere?
It would. What's shown in that picture, I did learn, was actually tucked under the conference table by Detective Fisher. I had no knowledge it was even there, and I think somebody had to go looking for it to find it under that table. It was a case that I'm not sure if he was still working it or what exactly was going on with it. But once again, in that picture is not the chief's office. It is not my office.
And the pictures that were identified earlier as exhibits, we have no way of knowing whether that was like that prior to October 20th or after October 20th.
I have to say not, because that was the first time I had actually seen that particular box with whatever was in it.
Were there any evidence bags or anything located in your office that were not secure?
I don't believe so. There shouldn't have been. There was one evidence bag from about 8 years ago from a break-in and entering at Layfield's Towing that had a empty water bottle and a box from a flashlight, I believe. And we closed that case. Mr. Layfield said he really don't want an empty water bottle back or that box. And I kept it as a just in case, because sometimes at a crime scene you can get a partial print, and you could take that partial, but what if this box or this bag, if we got a burglar right in that area, if there was a full print right on either that bag or box, and with that little partial, we can attach that with the other, and now we've got it perfectly good. So it just, knowing there's a bad guy right in that area, I figured I'm hanging on to that. So that's the only thing I could think of that may have been in my office. And it was not really evidence anymore.
And then the last part of that is that Officer Young was not given an evaluation.
Evaluations are tough, especially with part-time officers, because we could have an officer that can work, let's say, 1 day a week, or 1 day every 2 weeks, which happens at times, and he's a new officer. Well, number one, who's going to evaluate him? Another part-time officer if this guy works just on weekends or nights. So what we do, and this includes with Officer Young, I look at work products such as police reports, how police reports are written. If I catch something that's totally out of kilter, like in a police report, with all the facts that you need in the police report, that officer could get called in and talked to about it. But as far as an actual evaluation, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to do it, especially with A, part-timers, and B, when you don't have supervisors working all the shifts. There's supervisors that just work one shift, work another shift. And I wouldn't think it's fair for another part-timer who has limited experience to evaluate somebody else.
And you had previously known Dallas Young, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
How long had he been a police officer?
He had almost 25 years in, I believe.
Okay. And you were familiar with him from his time as being a deputy at Trumbull County?
Yeah, exemplary, and I have to tell you, the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office is a very fine organization, and they stay on top of their guys. They stay well on top of them for anything and everything that they do. And if there would have been something amiss with, at the time, Deputy Young, I'm sure they would have addressed it.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like the council members to know about your service as chief?
Well, all I can say is this whole thing, again, has befuddled me. This isn't the first time that I've been told that I'm going to be replaced. It was brought up to council before, put on the agenda for no particular reason. I mean, I've heard rumors that there's like 4 of us that they're going to clean house. They being some people on council, and I've heard it. I've got people who have heard it directly from council members saying, we're going to get rid of David Lynch, we're going to get rid of Joe Fritz, former law director, we're going to get rid of me, and Kathy King's name has been brought up, who's the clerk, and Anna Musson, who was the former finance director. So far, it's come to fruition with David Lynch, Joe Fritz, Anna Musson, and now it just leaves 2 more of us. And to me, it honestly seems like a witch hunt and a conspiracy.
Do you believe that you've properly performed all of your duties and functions as a chief of police for Newton Falls?
I have gone over and above, given this community, working with Homeland Security, getting different grants that we've acquired. We got mobile data terminal grants through my work with Homeland Security. Once again, when you ask what I do in a given day, I go out and will work on a car. Sergeant Storm works on cars to save money in doing things. We use used parts instead of new parts. I was just informed when we talked about the budget that $4,800 was just spent for a transmission on a car that I spent $750 to do a transmission for using used parts from the junkyard. And there's nothing wrong with used parts from a junkyard. I even knew what car this came out of. It was a car that was involved, a police car that was involved in an accident in Euclid, and we got the part installed for $750. So, okay, granted, it didn't last as long as I would have thought, but not to say I couldn't have got another one, or Sergeant Ford could have got another one for $750 and saved over $4,000. And it's just totally ridiculous spending that kind of money. But between myself and Sergeant Storm, we've saved quite a bit of money. I charge the air conditioning units myself in the cars. Cost $8 for a can. I've got the hoses. I go out doing them myself. Send it out somewhere. You're looking at $200 to charge an air conditioning unit. So there's plenty we save, but there's maintenance. The cars, they've been a little costly. They're getting tired. They're getting older. And for the past 2 years, I've been asking for cars, and I was told the money's not there.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Mr. Allen?
Good evening, Chief.
Hello?
I want to first start by asking you some questions in regards to the gun policy you just talked about. You indicated you changed that policy 8 years ago.
I didn't change the policy. I changed the rule about it.
Did you change it in writing?
No.
You didn't update your policies and procedure manual to reflect that change in policy?
No.
So as far as anybody knows, your old policy is still in full force and effect?
Under the charter that gives me full authority in the police department, I changed that as a rule, not really as a policy. The policy book itself, if you look at every page, the original policy book was about 30 or 40 pages under Chief Carlson. It was very adequate for any police department. When Chief Queevela took over, he wanted to have this department become, just drew a blank on, anyhow, to get to this certification that he was looking for, you have to have a policy for anything and everything. That whole book has been plagiarized from different...
Chief, you're not answering my question. I guess my question, and if I wasn't clear, I apologize. My question was, so as anybody knows and looks at your policy manual, the policy regarding firearms is still in full force and effect because you never updated it?
It's still in the book.
Okay, thank you. And your policy is that no reserve officers and no part-time officers receive weapons, is that correct?
Unless there's a hardship.
Okay. I want to direct you to, I believe it's Exhibit B, which is the application of Officer Young. Do you have that in front of you?
I don't know if that's in here or not. No, okay. Okay, on to the first page of it.
Chief, Officer Young, was he hired as a full-time officer or part-time officer?
Part-time.
Okay, and that's indicated on his application, correct?
That is what it says on the front, correct?
And his application is dated March 31st, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. Was he issued a department firearm?
Yes, he was.
But he's a part-time officer?
That's correct.
Okay. You've had a chance to look at that full application right now, correct?
I've gone over it.
Okay.
Sure.
Is it complete?
It is as complete as I needed on the day that he got hired.
Okay, let me stop you right there. So it's as complete as you needed it, but it's not fully complete, is it? Yes or no?
I'm not quite sure what it's missing.
Okay. Does it have his full work history in there?
Well, I have to look at that. No, it does not.
Does it have his termination from the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office in it?
No, it does not.
Does it have references?
Yes, it does.
Did you perform a background check?
I didn't feel I need to.
Is it part of your policies and procedures of the Newton Falls Police Department to pick and choose which officers receive background checks?
When I know somebody for as many years as I have, and once again, I'll state the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office is a very good organization, and if he had any issues over there, I would have known about it, in as much as my relationship with the sheriff, the upper brass at the sheriff's office, and just word on the street of what I'd hear. So it wasn't necessary with Dallas Young.
But that's not what your policies and procedures indicate, is it?
Once again, under...
Yes or no?
Repeat the question.
That is not what your policies and procedures indicate, yes or no?
I am not sure exactly what the policy procedure says.
Okay. You indicated that you weren't aware of any issues that Officer Young had over at the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office just now, correct? Just now in your statements, you would have been aware of if he had any issues.
What are you calling an issue?
You indicated that you said you would know if he would have any issues.
That's correct.
Okay.
There was nothing that concerned me.
So you were aware he was terminated? Yes or no?
I was aware of that.
And his termination did not concern you?
Once
Yes or no?
again, I went to the city manager, spoke to him about it because I thought it would be controversial, and we had talked about it. So yes, I was concerned, but I also felt that he's an exemplary officer, and had I not been there, as I testified before, Duke and Duchess, I would have had my own second thoughts if I would have wanted to put him on.
So your answer to my question then is you were concerned by his termination?
I was concerned.
Okay, thank you.
because of what
It was a yes or no question, Chief.
Well, that's...
Thank you. Yet you still hired him anyway, is that
Yes,
right?
I did.
You hired him the same day as he applied.
Yes, I did.
Is that normal? Do you normally hire an applicant the same day they're hired, or they fill out the application?
I'm sure we talked about it prior to that if it would happen, I would consider putting him on.
That was not my question, Chief. Let me make sure I was clear. Is it normal for you to hire an applicant the same day they apply?
Yes,
So it's normal for you not to perform background checks on your officers?
not if I don't see a need to.
You're able to perform a full background check on the same day they apply?
On somebody like Dallas Young, absolutely.
That's not my question, Chief. On anybody who applies, you're able to perform a background check
No,
on
if
the
somebody
same
walks
day.
through the door and I don't know who they are, the answer is absolutely not.
But yet you would still hire them the same day?
For Dallas Young, yes.
Again, not my question. You would still hire that individual the same day?
That individual, yes.
Do you think that's responsible as the police chief?
Absolutely, because I knew the person.
You just indicated that if you didn't know that person who walked through the door and filled out the application, that you would still hire them the same day without performing the background check.
Well, then I recant what I just said because the answer would be no, I would not.
I want to talk in regards to citizen complaints. Mr. Brewer came to you about wanting to file a citizen complaint, correct?
A complaint against an officer.
Okay. Did you allow him to do so?
I did.
Did you tell him that he had to fill out the application at the police department? Yes or no?
There wasn't an application.
Or, I'm sorry, the complaint form at the police department?
That particular form for a,
Yes or no?
yes, I did.
Is that what your policies and procedure manual indicates?
This is a different form than what's listed in the policy and procedure manual.
Do you think it would be a good idea to update your policies and procedures to reflect what actually occurs at the police department?
I have contacted Lexipol to redo our whole manual about 3 years ago, found out it's almost $20,000 to do it, and I was waiting until the time was right to do it, to completely redo the manual.
Do you think it's important to have an accurate policies and procedure manual for the police department?
It's important, but once again, the history of this for an accredited agency is a little overboard.
Is there anything in your policies and procedures that says complaints cannot be made verbally?
A complaint on a police officer is completely different than a regular complaint.
So even though your policies and procedures indicate that a complaint can be made in writing, over the telephone, or verbally, it's your position that they can only be made in writing?
On that particular form, there's a reason for it. However, Mr. Brewer was afforded the opportunity to even email it should he had that desire.
Was this before or after you told him that he could not fill out that complaint because his son needed to do it?
Objection. Misstates the testimony.
I'm sorry.
So misstates the testimony. She never testified.
The chief testified in direct examination that he told Mr. Brewer, because his son was 19 years old and an adult, that as an adult, his son needed to come in and file the complaint.
If you want to give that as the background, that's fine.
Okay.
That's correct, because I did ascertain that Mr. Brewer was not in the car when this traffic stop took place.
Is there anything in your policies and procedures that requires a person to be physically present to make a complaint on an officer?
No.
Do you think somebody who's told, no, your son has to come in and fill out that complaint, is going to take that as he is not allowed to fill out a complaint?
Once he became argumentative, he was given the opportunity.
Only after he questioned your denial, is that correct?
That's correct. I told him there's a form that has to be filled out at the police station for a reason.
You testified that the compensation due to part-time officers contracting COVID was not cost prohibitive, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But you also stated that you don't know how much that cost, is that right?
I don't know exactly how much it came to.
Who's responsible for the police department budget?
Ultimately, I am.
Do you think it would be a good idea to know how much that would cost?
I was keeping track on those who were sick. I was keeping track on them, not only out of monetary, but because I care about each one of my officers. So if anybody was out sick with COVID, I knew it. And I can say it probably was maybe no more than a total of 20, 25 days total for everybody. So that's where I feel it wasn't a great amount. And because of change in finance directors, we never got spreadsheets anyhow on our budget balances. They were several months behind.
I want to direct you back to Exhibit B, which is the application of Officer Young. The first page down at the bottom, the attestation of reporting authority. That you are signing it under your own free will, and the information based in this document is true and correct based on your personal knowledge or inquiry. Did I read that part of that
What are you?
Exhibit B, the very first page.
I don't think anything's marked exhibit here. Is it? Oh, okay, got it. Peace officer appointment? Okay, I see that.
And you signed this, correct?
I did.
And you signed that the information in this appointment form is true and correct based on your personal knowledge?
That is correct.
Is Officer Young's termination from the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office listed in that?
It says appointed by agency, Trumbull County Sheriff's Office from 1/28/06 to 3/31/21.
Let's continue through that, excuse me, that application. Does it list his termination?
The employment application?
Yes, sir.
No, it does not.
Thank you. I believe you stated in your testimony that you were unaware of any budgetary issues prior to 2021. Is that correct?
I don't believe there was as a whole for the department.
Okay. Were you ever reprimanded based on budgetary issues?
About 8 years ago.
So there were budgetary issues prior to 2021?
I don't think there was a reprimand as I recall. There was a shortfall on money right after I got hired, and Mr. Haney came up to me and said, cut your budget by $125,000, like 2 weeks after I was here, and I said, how? He goes, figure it out. Walked away from me, and about 2 weeks later, walked over to me and he says, you know what, make that 250, make it another 125. So, yeah, there was a budget issue. I wound up having to lay off 2 full-time police officers.
Were you ever reprimanded for not securing funding for a school resource officer?
Yes,
And that has to do with the budget and the monies associated with that school resource officer, correct?
that reprimand had to do with it being late in getting in, and as I recall, the money was in fact received from the government, and once again, an explanation letter was given to Mr. Haney that he accepted.
Do you recall what was in that written reprimand, Chief?
It was as to why I was late in getting it and why I told counsel that it was in fact applied for, which I believe it was, but it was late in getting there.
I want to take you back to that fatal accident that occurred December 2nd, 2020. With your prior observation, I believe, as you testified to, of the passenger in the vehicle who became the driver.
Correct.
Okay. You said you were just there to observe?
That is correct.
If you were there to observe, why did you inquire of the passenger, Mr. Hayner, if that needle was his?
Well, I was observing, but I'm also still a police officer. I was inquiring. It's not that I could have charged him with it.
I think you also testified that you're not allowed to provide aid outside of your jurisdiction. Is that right?
Objection. That wasn't the testimony.
Respond to calls outside of your jurisdiction?
We respond to calls upon a request for it.
Were you requested to respond on this call? Yes or no?
No, but I was going as an observer, is what I called it in as.
Did you ever make contact with the driver?
No,
Did you ever make contact with any of the store clerks?
one clerk who came out to my car.
What was reported to you?
She reported to me that the male who was in the car had walked towards the building, and she said he's pretty messed up, and she said he almost walked in our windows. And I replied, oh, there's somebody in that car, because he was in a totally prone position, and I pulled back up by the car and realized that he was in fact in that car.
Did she tell you at all that she believed him to be under the influence of something?
She used the words messed up, and that's what I broadcast over the radio so the responding units could hear it.
Okay. In your experience in training, when you hear the words messed up described as they were, what do you take that as?
Drunk, high. I didn't evaluate it because I wasn't dealing with the person.
You indicated you think he may be drunk or high is something that you would think of. Do you think, based on your experience in training, that field sobriety tests or some sort of impairment investigation should be conducted?
I didn't have the authority to do it. I was outside my jurisdiction.
That wasn't my question, Chief. My question was, based on that, do you think under the influence investigation should have been completed?
Well, I can say when he stepped out of the car, he was standing as straight as I am right now, speaking to us as clearly as I am to you right now. And so I have to say at that point, and when he said he was tired, he hadn't slept in a couple days, that, to me, I didn't see where there was an issue.
So if there was a statement indicating that Mr. Hayner's speech was not too slurred.
That was when I read that, that was the first I had ever heard of that. Nobody ever said anything about slurred speech.
Do you recall who made that statement?
That's the first I saw it is when I read it on paper. I don't know who made that statement.
Would it surprise you to learn that it was Sergeant Storm?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You indicated that you were just there to observe. Why would another officer from your department be responding then?
Make sure we're okay.
Was that requested?
No.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Chief, just a few follow-up questions. With regard to the policy and procedure handbook or guidebook, whatever it is, are those guidelines or are those strict rules that everybody has to go by?
I consider them to be guidelines. I consider them to be guidelines.
And you had indicated you were familiar with Deputy Young from his time at Trumbull County, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you need to know his work history?
No.
Okay. And on the first page of the form, it indicated where he had worked previously.
On the actually second page, it asked for appointment history, and the first place he was employed was Newton Falls Police Department from 5802 to 1/06, and then he went to work for the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office in January of 06, completing on March 31 of 21. And it's printed on here.
All right. And you were asked questions about whether you would hire somebody on the day they did the application. I was a little confused about that. If somebody that you did not know and had never worked in police work before, would you accept them on the day that they put in an application?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And what would be the procedure that you'd go about evaluating that?
Well, we We look over the application. We run what's called the leads on it to see what kind of driving record they have. We'll contact employers. We'll contact neighbors at times. We contact friends, other references. We'll Google people's names to see if they've been in the news for anything. It actually gets pretty extensive. I have one of my detectives is really the officer that I have do the backgrounds, and it can take some time.
And in Deputy Young's case, because he had been employed by Trumbull County, he would have already had a background check from Trumbull County.
That's right. He'd have a background check from Trumbull County, and once again, they're an exemplary agency. If there had been anything amiss, I certainly would have known about it one way or another.
And were you aware that Officer Young is still employed in Newton Falls?
I believe he is. Once again, I've been off since October the 20th, and I've talked to very few people because I was ordered by the city manager not to talk to anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, I was ordered by the city manager not to talk to anybody.
Okay. But it's your understanding today that he is still employed, even after you've been off?
Yeah, I believe so.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Just a brief follow-up. So your policies and procedures are guidelines?
I'm going to call them guidelines. That's correct, because of the history of the book.
So is there a policy or procedure in there regarding the chain of command?
I'm sure there is.
So that's just a guideline, Chief?
It's a guideline because I have no issue with any patrolman coming directly to me or me going directly to a patrolman, which would, in some agencies, totally violate a chain of command. That's correct.
And is there also a policy or procedure that indicates subordinate officers need to follow orders given by the chief?
Any order I give, I expect everyone to follow. That's correct.
And that's based on your policies and procedures?
That's based on just, police departments are quasi-military, and it goes, when you're given an order, it's expected to be obeyed. It's not like being a burger flipper at McDonald's or something. Yeah.
And there's a policy in your policies and procedures that indicates that, correct?
I'm sure there is.
Okay. And you were okay with some of your orders not being followed then?
Objection. It's beyond the scope of direct.
Objection was made, you may answer. Or he
He's
may answer, right.
testified that the policies and procedures are guidelines, and I'm just trying to get to the fact as to whether or not some of these policies and procedures are actually enforceable, or are they just there on paper?
Okay, yeah. You may answer, go ahead.
They're there on paper as guidelines, and I've never ever written anybody up for anything that's in that manual regarding that particular event.
Would you agree with me, Chief, that if a subordinate officer fails to abide by an order from the chief, it looks poorly on the police department?
It depends who is there to hear it. If it's a conversation between me and an officer, it's something that there's two sides to every story, and I listen to what somebody has to say. So I can't say it will reflect poorly on a police department, because if it was in a crowd of 30 people and somebody disobeyed something I said, yes, absolutely, it would. But when generally there's myself and one other officer there, it's something that can be handled and rectified, and this is why I've earned the respect of my officers as I have.
If you send an email out to your entire department then giving a directive and an order, you would expect it to be followed.
I expect it to be followed to the extent that if it's not, we'll talk about why it wasn't. There's reasons for everything.
So there's reasons why the police department was not kept in a neat and tidy order?
Objection beyond the scope of the redirect.
He's opened the door to this.
I think he has. You can answer.
As far as being unneat and untidy, that's, like back in the former jail, there's no shelving back there. The items that are back there are not junk, as was referred to. They have to do with different programs, DARE and Shop with a Cop, and a lot of different things such as that. Box of furnace filters is sitting there, absolutely. The public doesn't go in that area. It's a closed area, and once again, to save money, we have a box of furnace filters there because myself and Sergeant Storm constantly change the filters, one to keep the air clean and two to maintain the furnace. There was water bottles back there. That's for our water dispenser. You'll find them in any office somewhere, usually. There's nothing that was in disarray, and on the charge, it refers to the chief's office, and there's nothing at the chief's office that was in disarray that was pictured or testified to.
Did you obtain Officer Young's background check from the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office?
No, I did not.
I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay, any other evidence or testimony?
No, that's all.
Okay. I'm going to take a risk here and not set a limit for closing statements then. I would imagine Mr. Immel will give a closing statement, you'll give a closing, and Mr. Immel can give a short rebuttal. It's legal stuff. I'm explaining that although normally there's a limit for time on closing statements, that basically Mr. Immel's going to give a closing statement, Mr. Loeffler will give his closing statement, and Mr. Immel will have a few minutes to give a rebuttal. So why don't we get...
Can I ask for 5 minutes?
Yeah, you know what?
Dan, is that okay?
We've been here a while. How about a 10-minute break and use the bathroom, do whatever you need? Okay. Let's wait till they're done with their closing.
I think he was turning it off.
And number two, why wasn't the service test good on you? I want to know, did any justice to Mr. Stone and Mr. Ford? Why wasn't he given? He had all that time.
Okay.
He had all that time to give it. He kept putting it off. I think those are real important.
Okay.
You know, the other thing is in the sheriff's department, they fire a lot of agents. You know, they have good career. I know Bob Bride's son got fired one incident. He don't play with that guy. Never had an impeccable career. You're going to let somebody do that? How do you think?
Yeah.
How do you think?
Okay. I'm going to hit the can for a second.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Which one are you going to? That one?
I don't know how many you got. Is there one back there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Because I want to use it too.
Okay, good.
Hey. Chris. 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 I'm going to ask some questions. How you doing, buddy? I've got some good questions if I can get them in there. They're missing the meat of, they're missing the meat of the meat of the, they're missing the meat of the whole hearing is we need to find out some things besides that. There's more to the melon than that. I'm going to see if I'm going to...
Hey, I got hired as soon as I filled an application out.
Huh?
I got hired the same day I filed.
Doesn't matter.
I know. Yes,
Doesn't matter.
I was the police chief.
Doesn't
You know
matter.
that.
It doesn't matter.
I
You
retired as
got-
a police chief.
Storm was the second in command. He's,
Yes.
okay, and he spoke, and I was here when he was given the $2 more an hour. Oh, wait a minute, let me talk. Or we ain't gonna talk.
Go ahead.
You mean Storm couldn't help put that stuff in order down in those rooms? Why are you blaming it all on just one guy? Let's blame it on Storm then, too. Didn't he follow the chief's orders? Huh?
I'm not in charge.
All right, how about this? How about Bob McBride's boy? Got fired down at the sheriff. He had a impeccable 18-year career. He messed up, boom, gone. So what's that mean? If you do something egregious, you should get fired. Did the chief hire his nephew? Mazar? I got more than that. I got something else. I'm gonna get some questions in here. Let's get to the meat of the matter instead of stuff. Let's get to the meat of the matter, Bob. Just let's hear what. they let me talk. I don't think I'm gonna hurt us. I don't think I'm gonna hurt us. All right, well, let's go in there.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, are we ready to get it? You want me to-
Yeah, I had announced out there we were going to start again. If you folks could please take your seats, we need to get started again, please.
I'm not used to sitting down. I'm used to being able to walk around. I'm used to being able to walk around while I... For now.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait, we're waiting on
Maybe the right
our
one.
councilman or two.
Went to the restroom. Did he go to the restroom?
I think so, yeah. But he used the court. closest one.
There should be a sticker on one of them. Should be in the bottom right hand corner. There it is. There, okay. Not a problem. I realized after I did it, I probably should have marked them all, but then I would have screwed up numbering. Yeah. Oh, no, no, I would rather you do that so that everybody's clear. I know. I do not. Oh, the D is sitting up there. It's setting it, that's the buyer setting up there. I don't know if I did C. I did not do C. There was no C. I thought there was going to be, and then I decided against it. And then E. It's hard. That's your she wants you. I told you about it. I'm back. Oh, is it? No, it's not. No,
Oh, okay. No, I didn't even think of that.
Steak.
Oh. Is mine sharp?
Yeah.
Huh?
questions.
All right, if we could have everybody's attention, I think we need to get started again. These will be the closing statements, Mr. Immel. For these, maybe you guys ought to go to the lectern because we're having trouble hearing on those mics. And
Okay. Court reporter says she hears us better at these mics.
well, it's important you get it right, so we'll let you go ahead and do it there. Thanks.
Then I'll stay seated here. Counsel, you've heard the testimony this evening. You have the evidence that's submitted before you. You've heard from the chief. What did we hear tonight? We heard that what's convenient for the chief is what happens. We start with responding to a call out of his jurisdiction to observe. He reports what he is told to the responding Trumbull County Sheriff's Officer when he gets there. There was no request for mutual aid. It's reported to the responding officer, Officer Young, that of a possible intoxicated individual. Finds a needle outside of this individual's car, yet the guy is not slurring his speech. He's perfectly fit to drive. No intoxication investigation given. 9 minutes later, fatal car accident. Chief learned, and you heard from him, he learned of Deputy Young's termination from the Trumbull County Sheriff's Office in regards to this incident. Takes his application the same day he is terminated. Hires him the same day he fills out the application. No background check, no complete application. You heard from the chief himself, this is fine. Would do it for anyone who walked in the door. You also heard from General Counsel of OBPA that he agreed that at the time of the application from Officer Young, he was still terminated. The policies are for the police department, only issue guns for full-time officers. Officer Young was hired as a part-time officer. He was issued a firearm. Yet the chief testified that he made the rule change 8 years ago, that it's okay. Yet here we are issuing a firearm to a part-time officer. There's no update in the policy, it's just what he says. If we updated the policy, police department should update their policies and procedures to reflect the current policies and procedures of the police department. That is why you have a policy and procedure handbook to let everyone know who is employed by that department what they are expected to do and how are they are to act. The chief admitted that he's responsible for the department. We've heard that in the policies and procedures, complaints can be done over the phone, verbally, or in writing. Chief says that's not what the form says. That's not how complaints are to be done because that's not what the form says. Again, it's convenient that the form says something different that the policies and procedures say. So what do we abide by? The policies and procedures or what's convenient? Again, it's convenient that it's hard to do evaluations on part-time officers. Yet, policies and procedures, again, require that evaluations are given for new hires in a 1-year probationary period. No evaluations were done of Officer Young. Again, convenient. You heard the chief testify that there were no budgetary issues prior to 2021. Yet he does all of a sudden remember that he was reprimanded in regards to budgetary issues in 2015, 2016, as it relates to a school resource officer and other issues that he was asked to cut his budget by $125,000, then another $125,000. What is this coming down to? Convenience. I've heard the chief testify that he's not aware of what his policy for paying part-time officers who contracted COVID was. He's not sure what it costs. He's in charge of the department. He's in charge of the budget. He should be aware of what that costs. I respect the chief for what he did, taking care of those officers. That's something that should be done. But at the same time, it's something that he should know what it costs. Being the chief of police is not something that's convenient. It comes with a lot of responsibility, a lot of stress, a lot of risk. Based on what you have heard, what has been submitted to you, I submit to you that the only conclusion that you can make is to sustain the charges that were authorized by counsel on December 15th of 2020. Thank you.
Attorney Leffler.
I'm going to renew my objections to any charges that did not have direct evidence or testimony offered. The documents and other items that were submitted that were not testified to or offered into evidence as simply hearsay and not supported by any legal standard that would permit them to be entered into evidence. Those allegations then would ultimately be unsupported, or at a minimum, the only evidence that would be admissible or permitted would be those in favor of Chief Fixler. If Chief Fixler is guilty of anything, he's guilty of being a good guy who cares about his community, who cares about his officers, who backs them up, and does what he believes is in the best interest of the village of Newton Falls. The village alleged that in their report they said they spent months investigating this and reviewing thousands of documents in order to come up with the allegations or the charges that were submitted. It should be noted that the village included in their allegations clearly false information that could be easily disproven. All you had to do was look at the oath of office that was signed by the city manager and ultimately by Dallas Young and by Chief Fixler, and that were filed with the Attorney General's office. That is a very simple process that could have been very easily determined and yet wasn't. They included that on 3 separate occasions within the charges. It leads you to believe that the rest of the investigation was likewise inadequate, was flawed, and didn't include all of the information that counsel needed. The investigation is basically a reason why people within Newton Falls want to remove Chief Fixler without having the proper evidence or the proper documents or the proper charges in order to do that. With regard to the items that you heard testimony about, the only witness for the village had no knowledge of the complaint of Alex Brewer or how that even came about. He had no knowledge of when the photos were taken or what the situation was within the police department when those photos were taken. The testimony of Chief Fixler is that obviously those items had been moved after October 20th of 2021. That alone would disqualify any type of evidence or any charges related to that circumstance. The policy guidebook is, as it indicates, simply a guide, or as Chief indicated, is simply a guidebook. Just as officers have discretion about which speeding tickets are going to be enforced, whether it's 30 miles an hour or 26 miles an hour, there is discretion within the police department, and the chief has to be given authority, and is actually given authority under the charter, to manage the police department in a way that he believes is reasonable and would best effectuate the police department for the citizens of Newton Falls. There was no testimony that he acted unreasonably or refused to perform his duties or was otherwise negligent in performing those duties. With regard to the incident alleged on December 2nd that ultimately ended in an accident, there was no contradictory evidence, and the Ohio Revised Code is clear that the chief had no authority, no legal authority to intervene or to act in those circumstances. Therefore, by definition, there cannot be misfeasance because there was no legal authority to act in the first place. What the village would suggest to you is that Chief Fixler should have actually gone and violated the Ohio Constitution by intervening in that situation and either stopping, arresting, or initiating some type of stop of that suspect. That is something Gene Fixler is not willing to do. He's not willing to compromise the law for some type of political gain. It is true that Chief Fixler was aware that Dallas Young was terminated from Trumbull County, and that he had talked about it previously, is that he was going to hire Dallas Young if he was terminated. And he knew, based on his fact that he was there, that any type of discipline against Dallas Young was not going to be sustained, and that he believed that Dallas Young was going to be reinstated, which ultimately was the case. As you heard testimony, Dallas Young's termination was rescinded. He was returned to full duty and awarded back pay as if the termination had not occurred. And I would submit to you that actually the hiring of Dallas Young was a benefit to the citizens of Newton Falls, based on his years of experience, his knowledge, his demeanor, the respect that he had within the citizens of Newton Falls. And it should also be noted that Dallas Young is still employed. If he was such a bad actor, such a bad person for the village of Newton Falls, he would have been let go when the chief was dismissed or put on administrative leave. There was no evidence offered about the timing of evaluations, and the witness testified there was nothing in the policy about when evaluations had to be done. But you heard Chief testify that in Dallas Young's case, he was aware of what his background was, his years of experience, his knowledge, and he was confident that Dallas Young knew what he was doing. With regard to the 2015 reprimand that the village dug up after 6 years, I would submit to you that that forms some type of double jeopardy. Similar to like a criminal case where somebody is charged with something, is issued ultimately charge, you cannot go back 6 years later and say, oh, well, now we're going to terminate you for that. In 2015, he had a conversation with the then city manager. He corrected what his deficiency was. He got the grant for the school resource officer. And since that time, the village has benefited from that grant. Chief Fixler has dedicated his life to this community, to spending more time here and going above and beyond what his duties were as chief of police. And it should be appalling to everybody here that he's going to be terminated for doing what he thought was the best thing for this village, for upholding his standards, and for enforcing the law the way it's supposed to be. We would ask you to vote to reject this and keep Chief Fixler as chief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any?
Briefly. I'd like to correct just a few things. You heard testimony as to the authenticity of those pictures, that they were a true and accurate representation as to those specific areas of the police department on October 20th, 2021. Again, if these policies and procedures are a guidebook, then the officers have to take everything in that policy and procedure manual as a guide, chain of command, which orders to follow, how to act, how to dress. Are they guides, or are they rules that are meant to be followed? If Chief Fixler had no authority to act, yet he inquired of the passenger whether or not a used needle found on the ground was his. If he had no reason, no ability, legal authority to act, why is he questioning an individual? Why is he not letting the responding officer who has jurisdiction handle that as part of the investigation? There is nothing to indicate that mutual aid was requested. Thank you.
Okay. All right, that brings to a conclusion the evidence gathering hearing portion of this hearing. I want to thank both counsel. I think you both did an excellent job representing your clients. It was interesting that a number of times, about the time I was ready to rule on an objection, the two of you had kind of already worked it out. So I think that's a mark of pretty good lawyering. At this stage, there's an awful lot that's been submitted tonight. My recommendation would be that the council go into executive session, deliberate as would a jury, and reach a determination. So that's my recommendation.
Do we have a motion to go in executive session?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
As a point of order, under 121.22G1, with regard to this matter, the accused has requested an open meeting, which means that council may not enter into executive session, and there is case law supporting the fact that that is prohibited.
Good. What's the case law?
It's Connor v. Lakemore, 48 Ohio Ave. 3rd, 52.
What's the date of that case, please?
I didn't write down the date. But I did want to indicate that, I'm not sure what you meant by we resolved any objections. I still maintain that the proper code under the removal of the chief would be 737.171 of the Ohio Revised Code.
Okay. I believe that the defense has the right to an open hearing as opposed to a closed-door hearing, but it seems to me that counsel ought to be able to make a determination in executive session and discuss this, much as would a jury. You don't see, all trials are public. Absolutely every trial in this country is public, but juries go to a jury room to deliberate, and so it's my opinion that counsel can do that. And I know your objection. Okay, so there's been a motion, a second.
We have a first and a second, so we go into executive to discuss, but to make no decision. The decision would be rendered on the floor. So if, I'll go ahead and call for the roll. Unless Mrs. King wants to call for the roll. She's sitting there.
Steppert? Yes. Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Granty?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
God only knows how long that's going to be. Well, you should have said something. I didn't make him stop so you could have gone. Right? I mean, look, I didn't realize that we were already going for 3 hours at that point. That's what I was like. I was like, we gotta take. I didn't realize. No, you were fine. It's a different setup because I'm used to being at a podium, and a witness is used to be sitting like right here at a microphone. Right. Well, and I'm used to walking around and moving. I'm not like. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. Yeah, but that.
everybody here?
I think so.
Okay, do we have a motion to return to a regular council meeting?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
who made the motion?
Me.
Who seconded?
I did it. Could you give me 1 second to put these earplugs on?
Sure. Okay. Are you ready, Mr. Poirier? No.
Hold on a minute.
Okay, we good? All right, Ms. King, if you want to call for the roll call?
Sirocco?
Yes.
Varian?
Yes.
Grancy?
Here.
Stepper? Here.
Okay, return to regular council meeting. In the process, so anybody that wants to know, we have 5 different motions to go through. And we'll start off with number 1. Do we have a motion to convict on charge number 1 regarding the double fatal accident? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Are we going to go right into the roll call? Okay, Mrs. King, if you can call for the roll.
Varian?
No.
Fletcher? I'm sorry, Grancy?
No.
Stepper?
No.
Sirocco?
No.
Okay, this motion fails. Okay, number 2, we have a motion to convict on charge number 2 regarding the application process.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Pariak, we have a second.
Second.
Okay, if Mrs. King wants to call for the roll.
Grancy?
No.
Stepper?
No.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Varian?
Yes.
Okay,
Mayor?
yes,
2-2.
yes. Okay, so that.
What did you say, Kenny?
I said yes. The second one passes. Number 3, do we have a motion to convict on charge number 3 regarding the budget? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Stepper?
No.
Sirocco?
No.
Varian?
No.
Grancy?
No.
Okay, it fails. Okay, number 4, do we have a motion to convict on charge number 4 regarding the department efficiency?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and then whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Varian?
Yes.
Grancy?
Yes.
Stepper?
No.
Okay, passes. Okay, and finally, do we have a motion to terminate Eugene Fixler as the Newton Falls Police Chief?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Varian?
Yes.
Fletcher? I'm sorry, Grancy?
No.
Stepper?
No.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, that concludes the hearing. For the lawyers involved, we'll issue a written findings of fact and determination of law and get that by the next meeting.
Okay. I just want to renew my objection under the revised code 737-171, and even the code section that was cited by the village with regard to charges, 737.19, that both of those statute requires 2/3 majority of council to uphold the charges. You did not obtain 2/3 majority or more than 66%. Therefore, each of the allegations is rejected and must be dismissed.
Okay, the
we'll
public
get
hearing
back.
section is over. We're going to go into special presentations.
Can we wait a second, or they leave it so I can get up there and sit?
Okay.
Yeah. So is our portion concluded?
But
Is the hearing portion concluded?
Yes.
Okay, so we're free to go.
Yes.
Yeah, you can go now, thanks. The court reporter can go home too if you want. We've got a regular meeting. Okay. Huh? We'll look at it. But we'll find out. We've got to research that.
Tess said we're going to have to note that she came in late or something like that.
Well, we'll note that just do the roll call again.
Julie Lemon, one of you ladies, can you get Tessa, Miss Fletcher?
Well, I'm going to go and sit down where I'm supposed to be. I'm going to go and sit down there like I usually do for a regular meeting. Thanks, gentlemen.
Where did this other chair come from?
Is it too cold down here, or is that us?
It's too much to be up here.
Don't let him forget it.
Out next meeting or whatever. Okay. I don't know, Mrs. King, if we need to call for another roll, or do we just document that Ms. Fletcher was,
I'll put it in the minutes that she
Okay.
joined the meeting.
if you could do that, I'd appreciate it. Next section is special presentation. I get too many notebooks here. And we do have a special presentation, if he's here, by Richard Curlin. Okay, he left, so we don't have that. That's good. Public comments, or give your name, your address, 3 minutes unless previously requested, and we have one, and that's Julie Lemon. I don't know where my phone's at.
Julie Lemon, Ridge Road, Ohio. I'd like to address council quickly on the following agenda items. Ordinance 2021-19, my concern is whether or not the city has the funds to be able to meet the cost of living adjustment. I would never begrudge any of our city employees the cost of living allowance or raises. However, the one thing that holds me back from supporting it fully is the question of whether or not the city can financially afford it. And if it is being looked at, I would like to know what solutions does council have in mind to be able to accommodate the financial aspects of the requests. And then ordinance 2021-31 and 2021-32, I fully support these ordinances. Both gentlemen have done a fine job for our community, but again, my concern is, can the city financially afford it? Resolution 1-2022, I wanted to thank Ms. King for explaining to me what it was. I wish I had a little bit more information on it so I could put all my support behind that. But from what I do know of it, I do fully support that as well. I do support it as well. And then the last item I wanted to address council on is the situation with Gene Fixler. I know there was no comments that could be made beforehand, but I would never in 1,000 years have imagined that I'd be standing here before you guys tonight and conveying the words I'm going to convey. I'm going to start with myself and my own personal experience that I personally had with Mr. Fixler. So in May of this year, I wanted to file a report for an incident that happened where my daughter, who's 14, was nearly hit by a car. This occurred on May 3rd, 2021, when we had the rally for Mayor Klein. A car came through and the occupants were a little bit busy yelling out their windows to pay attention to what they were doing that night. But I did try to file a complaint about that with Chief Fixler. He kept brushing it off. I told him, Gene, they nearly hit my daughter. He said, well, then your daughter needs to file the complaint, and that's a quote. And I said, well, she's 14. He said, oh, well, then you can file it. I fought with him for nearly 10 minutes just to get a complaint form, only to have him dodge me and hand it into him in the next few days. I was finally able to hand him the complaint here at a meeting later that week. The evening after the meeting was over, or that evening after the meeting was over, the chief made a comment to Jamie Klein, who's here tonight, that if I had lied, I would be going to jail. And I was walking by when he said, and I said, "Excuse me, what did you say?" He raised his voice and said if there's any lies in my complaint that he would make sure I went to jail. I asked him, "Is that a threat?" He told me that was a guarantee. And I do realize that under Ohio Revised Code, section 2921.15, if you falsify a police report against an officer or a peace officer in the state of Ohio, it's a misdemeanor in the first degree. I do realize that. But in my case, I knew I had told the whole truth. There was video to back it up, plus there was eyewitnesses. Attorney Gil Blair was at that meeting that night and heard the chiefs threaten me as well, all over trying to file a complaint. After that incident, I decided to file a complaint against the chief. I called the sheriff's department, and since at the time I had lived in the township, they kicked it back to Newton Falls Police, and from there I met with Sergeant Storm. And I wanted to say which sergeant it was since we have two. So I met with Sergeant Storm. He told me, and Jamie Klein was with me as my witness that day, she was standing right beside me, that if I went through with my filing of my complaint, the chief, Attorney Fritz, and the former city manager, David Lynch, would twist my words around to make it look like I had filed a false complaint against the chief, and then press charges on me. While I was listening to the sergeant tell me this, the older officer, who was Officer Bob Horner, who sat by the metal detector in the municipal building, came to the door in the hallway. As he stood there, he was on the phone with someone. To this day, I don't know who it was. But his words were, and I quote, "Yeah, there's two of them here right now from the meeting last night." He just stared at us in the most aggressive and disdaining manner, and while I was trying to file my complaint. How's that for intimidation? I backed out of my complaint because I felt so threatened and so frightened and defeated before I ever got it written out. I knew that with the past administration, the chance of my complaint being heard or even given fair merit was absolutely zero. Now, with their express permission, I would like to speak for my good friends Alex and Nicole Brewer. Towards the end of May 2021, Alex Brewer went to the NFPD to pick up an officer complaint form for his son. He was denied the complaint form for his son because the officer he had spoken to said that the chief said he didn't need one. He then requested one for himself to fill out because the officer he had spoken with had refused to identify his name and badge number, and Alex requested for the officer to turn on his body cam so they could have documentation of the conversation. After a brief and mildly heated discussion, Alex Brewer left the police department without complaint forms. 2 days later, Alex Brewer was served with papers charging him with menacing for a discussion he had with Chief Fixler outside of Circle K that Alex had recorded on his cell phone. This is where I realized that exactly what was said to would happen to me had happened to my friend Alex. I was deeply intimidated by the police, but the difference was Alex was not. So do we see a pattern here? Alex had requested all surveillance and body cam and dash cam footage for all the incidents that involved his family. In fact, he requested these records on October 11th, 2021. It's now January 5th, 2022, and they got a response from Rita in the police department on October 13th, and they still have no footage to this day. The actions of the chief have literally cost the Brewers between $35,000 and $40,000 in their business. The chief also made a false complaint to the health department to try and have their business shut down. But the joke was on Chief Fixler on his complaint to the health department because the Brewers just had an inspection and passed with flying colors a mere 2 weeks before his complaint. That is their livelihood, and they are raising 4 kids in our community. The actions of the chief are beyond reprehensible and nothing more than retaliation against good upstanding citizens who wanted the actions of a situation looked into. The last I checked, that's the definition of accountability. It's time that Chief Fixler be held accountable for the pain and damage that he has caused to this community. It's time for him to be held accountable for infringing on the rights of the citizens of this town. For me, the Brewers, and to anyone else that has had to deal with his subpar behavior and actions, there's no better time than the present, and I thank council for their vote tonight.
Okay, would anybody else like to be heard in the public comments? Okay, if not, we'll move on to reports. And does Mr. Srotko have anything to report for Ward 1?
No, I do not.
Okay. Mr. Bariak, do you have anything to report for Ward 2?
Yes, just something real, a couple of things. I attended an insurance meeting for all the employees. We had a very good understanding of what went on. I think the employees now understand it at least, and it is a very good policy. Also, I'd like to give a shout out tonight, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Turn it on. I'll start again. I attended an insurance meeting for the employees. There was two people here that represented the insurance company. They gave a very good, detailed synopsis and answered every question I had, and I have a very good understanding, and it's a very good policy for where we're going. The other thing I'd like to do tonight, I'll hold my comment on some kudos I want to give some of the residents. We have a lot of good people here. I'll hold that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Blitzer, do you have anything for Ward 3?
Yes, I do. On December 16th, I attended the Treasury Investment Board meeting, and we met with Eileen Stanek, who is the Senior Public Funds Advisor, Director of Advisory Services for the Meter Investment Management Company. The Treasury Investment Board was authorized changing the investment firms based on the recommendation of the Finance Director. And one thing that I really liked about this is the annual fee now with this company that we're going with is going to be $6,600 a year. And I have forms that show that for the year of 2020, we paid over $23,000 in fees. So this will save at least probably in the ballpark of $15,000 or more a year. Something that I did learn at this meeting is the investment policy was originally passed in February 1st of 2010. And back then it was Mr. Pat Layshock as mayor and Tracy Reinbald was the finance director. This policy was also updated in December of 2016, and that's when Lyle Waddell was mayor and Anna Musson was our finance director. The resolutions are basically the same, and the primary objectives in priority are safety, liquidity, and return on investment. That was the Treasury Investment Board meeting. And then on December 28th, I also attended the employee benefits meeting. I attended the morning session, and I want to say there was probably somewhere around 25, maybe 30 employees present during that meeting. And I will have to say that I think it went over really well. They were all given packets of what to expect from their new insurance carriers. They all did receive their insurance cards. And then I believe the following Monday, I attended the new opening for the business over here, Westview. I think that was on a Monday. And one more small thing. Just this past weekend, I did have to deal with some issues with the waste management, with the Ohio Valley waste. Some of the residents in East River Gardens did not get their recycles picked up. So I'd made a few phone calls to the waste manager, Ohio Valley, a couple times, and was able to get them to agree to come out on the following Monday to pick up the recycles. And one thing that the company did ask me to emphasize to everyone is to make sure when you're using the recycle bins that you are only putting recycled materials in there. They've been finding things like leaves and sticks and baby diapers. So please, if you're using the recycle bins, only be using them for recycles only. That's all.
All right, thank you. Mr. Granchi, do you have anything for Ward 4?
Yes, I also attended the ribbon cutting ceremony with the rest of council. That was great, and I wish them the best for that. I went to a planning and zoning meeting on January 4th. The discussion included the ordinance change or ordinance addition for dog parks. That was worked on and is still in the works as of now. Additionally, the 80th celebration for the community center was canceled due to COVID, so I was asked to put that out for everyone to know. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stempert, do you have anything?
I had a bunch, but I'm going to narrow it right down. I attended the meetings for drug safety training here with the supervisors, the insurance meeting for the employees, also the ribbon cutting for Westview. It's nice to have new businesses here. I also reached out to all of our superintendents or department heads. I'd like to meet up with them hopefully in the next month and just kind of see the departments and how they run and just kind of introduce myself to them. And then I also attended the fire board meeting. Our chief, Theobald, resigned, and we are actively looking for a new fire chief. We have Dawn Bird, who was next in chain of command, is going to keep us all safe and afloat until we get our new one hired. So that's the short snippet of what I was going to share.
Mr. Schrader, do you have anything for the...
Just briefly, I want to correct something I said at one of the prior meetings. I was under the impression, and this is in regard to ordinance 2021-31, regarding Sean Housley as part-time finance director. I believed and said that it was an independent contract at that time. I was wrong. It turns out we're hiring him as a part-time employee, and I want to correct the record. So, like I said, I'm not the Pope, I'm not infallible, but when I'm wrong, I'll admit it, so I just did. Thanks, that's all I have.
Anybody have any questions or comments or concerns for the law director? Okay. If not,
Sir, I have a question. Are we going to be working on these drug rehabilitation center delimitum? I know it's complex, but is that going to be a priority the first of the year? I have still have a lot of people in town asking me about it.
We'll look into that for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
okay. Ms. Pretty, do you have anything as the city manager?
Yes, I have a few things on my list here. COVID, we've had a lot of employees getting tested for COVID. So far, we've been lucky and positive tests are few and far between. However, with the new strand, we've updated the COVID policy to comply with the CDC recommendations. Paychecks. At this point, everybody is on the new payroll system. We've been working out a few glitches here and there. And, you know, Pam Wolford's been doing an excellent job keeping tabs on that. The superintendents have the ability to go into the program and correct information on their employees, but, you know, it keeps track of the overtime. We're able to do employee handbooks, everything. So we're going to be looking at updating all that type of information. I was kind of surprised when an employee came in and asked me about FMLA, only to find out that the city's never had any FMLA documents, which totally surprised me. But with that paycheck system, we have all of that now. So we're able to do all those documents and have them ready for employees. Again, investments, like Tessa had said, the Treasury Investment Board was authorized changing investment firms based on the recommendation of Sean. We've also added a flexible spending account for the employees. I told the employees we'd need at least 10 people to participate, and we do have 10. So that is in effect as of January 1, and it was able to be done on their same dental and vision card. So the dollars, they just need the one card for the dental, vision, and the flexible spending. We did get information for the Commerce Park canoe launch. I reviewed those plans and then sent it to Park and Rec so they can take a look at it. The Route 5 property, I reviewed, as many of you know, the test results from the land came back still contaminated, the water supply. So they've asked for an additional grant of about $200,000. So to clean up that property at this point, it's going to be $450,000 roughly by the time it's all said and done. It could reach 500 depending on, you know, what grant amount they come through with. And I think you all saw that the COVID policy was attached, but then we also had an email from Tom Gregory. So probably at the next council meeting, you guys are going to have to decide what you want to do there. And it was regarding internet access at the baseball fields. And then that's it for me.
Maybe, but,
Go ahead, Mr. Bryan.
Mr. Lynch bought $40,000 worth of test kits. Do we know where they're at, what was remaining of them? I know they were down at On Demand for anybody that wanted to get their finger tested. What happened to those test kits? We paid over $40,000 for about $5,000. Do you know, Kathy, by any chance? Mrs. King? Do you know what happened to those test kits?
We do. We had given some of those to the school, but they expired. They were expiring like in a week or 2 weeks.
They were only good 18 months. Oh,
yeah,
my God.
they were expired.
The other thing, are we sure we're going to get the other $200,000 for the cleanup of that?
No, they've applied. BJAM has applied for the grant.
Thank God we didn't go ahead with any kind of deal with preemptive strike announcements. So thank God we waited.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I'm going to be super brief. I attended the employee benefit meeting, and that went really well. I think everybody was real happy with that. Attended the drug-free workplace meeting, and that was pretty interesting there. I got to find out that the marijuana people are smoking now is the same stuff that your grandpa used to smoke. So, and then the last thing, I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony also, and that's all that I have. Changes to tonight's agenda, I don't believe there's
Mr. Mayor, may I speak? I spoke with Mr. Housley, and I know he did give council this email.
Mm-hmm.
He had Kathy give us the email, and he did ask me if I would read it into the record.
Okay.
So that the public knows where the finances stand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council, we are currently on schedule and working diligently towards closing the month of December 2021. Approximately 90% of December's activity is posted, and the general fund, 100, current expended cash is $360,000. I expect this to improve approximately $430,000 as we have not posted our cost allocations for December, which reimburse the general fund for interdepartmental costs in advance. The general fund experienced 2 major windfalls during 2021, which have greatly contributed towards its current cash position. The first thing in 2021, ARPA grant of $234,000, which was Fund 233, we used to supplement police wages. The second being a $146,000 reclassification of beginning cash in the general fund resulting from the Ohio Office of Budget and Management overview of the 2020 COVID-19 Fed CARES Act. These 2 windfalls have boosted the general fund's ending cash by $380,000. We have also won the disputed 2020 audit finding for adjustment requiring the general fund to repay the electric fund the $462,000 transfer it received, thereby eliminating a material liability to the general fund. It is important for me to disclose that while these items are good news for liquidity reasons, the 2020 audit is not finalized and has not been released. Additionally, the OBM review that resulted in fund balance reclassifications is still subject to audit and could potentially change. As we close 2021, I would like you to know that we are currently reconciled through the end of November. There are no significant unpaid bills and vendors are being paid timely, a trend that I expect to continue. Sincerely, Sean Housley.
Thank you. Changes to tonight's agenda, none. Approval of previous minutes. Do we
So
have?
moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, if not, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Slaughter.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Stepford.
Yes.
Sriraco.
Yes.
Dariak.
Yes.
Okay, December 15th, 2021 meeting, minutes approved. Public hearings, Number 1 is ordinance 2021-22. If Mrs. King, if you want to read
An
that.
ordinance requiring the registration of contractors operating within the city of New Paltz.
Okay, would anybody like to speak on that? Okay, all right. Number 1 is closed. Number 2 is ordinance 2021-30.
An ordinance approving the recodification, editing, and inclusion of certain ordinances as parts of the various component codes of the codified ordinances of New Paltz, Ohio.
Anybody like to speak on that? Okay. Number 2 is closed. Number 3, ordinance 2021-31.
An ordinance appointing Sean Hasley as part-time finance director and authorizing pay in terms of employment.
Anybody like to speak on that? Number 3 is closed. Number 4 is ordinance 2021-32.
An ordinance approving a contract for interim law director.
Okay. Anybody? All right. All public hearings are closed. Unfinished business, ordinance 2021-19.
An ordinance establishing an annual cost of living adjustment for all hourly city employees.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I would like to speak, please. One of the reasons that I did call Mr. Housley today was to confirm with him whether or not the COLA was added into the 2020 budget, and he confirmed that it is not. He did not project or did not put anything into the 2022 budget for COLA. And so I just don't see where we're going to be able to, I know that we're working through some issues right now and things are going to start looking good, but I just don't see where we've got the comfort of being able to say that this is going to be something that we can live with. So for tonight, I have to vote no on this for tonight, based on the recommendation of the finance director.
Did Mr. Granchi, were you wanting to weigh in on that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So the cost of living is something that's generally afforded to most government employees. The entire premise of a cost of living adjustment is inherently self-sustaining. As the cost of living goes up, the amount of revenue generated by taxation goes up. The tax rates don't go up. It's just if you spend $100 on groceries this year and it's a 5% tax, you're getting $5 in taxes. It goes up to 6%, or it goes up the next year to $120 so that you're spending on the same groceries. You get 5%, same tax rate, it's $6. So it's inherently self-sustaining. Furthermore, with tax or cost of living adjustments, those can be frozen if we're in a dire strait. It's not something that we have to guarantee every year. We could vote to freeze this if need be. Furthermore, this wouldn't take effect until the next cycle when they do a adjustment, and for clarity, this year that adjustment was 1.3 or 1.4%. It would cost the city maybe, I crunched the numbers when I first came up with this, I want to say it was $23,000 for every, and that covered every single employee for the entire year. So it would be a very minimal impact, supplemented by the fact that as the cost of living goes up, so does the revenue from taxes. So it, as I said, it's inherently self-sustaining, and I think it's a small gesture that we can give to our city employees, that their paycheck this year will go just as far as it did last year.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Barek, you have the floor.
I agree with the finance director. Right now, there was nothing put in for the cost of living. The employees just got a 3% raise last year. I know as soon as we come out of these troubled times that we'll be able to do it, but right now I can't support it. I can't support it right now. There's no money in the budget for it. Mr. Housley, we squeezed like blood out of a stone to get the hospitalization down $1,000. That's how tight we are. And I just can't see, the money's not there. I've looked at the budget.
Any other discussion? Mr.
Would it be possible at all to table this again till maybe Mr. Housley could be here and we could see what his thoughts are and move forward?
Sure.
I would be comfortable with doing that and talking with him to where he can be here and see what we can, if we can do something, because you know, we have a great group of employees here in the village, and I think they deserve what we can give them.
He's quarantined with COVID, isn't he? Are we assuming that he would be back at the next meeting?
I would assume yes.
Okay, do you want Chris, you, or Mr.
Do you want to
Grant?
just vote on it and then bring it back up?
I was gonna say, Mr. Granchi, didn't you?
I wrote it, yes.
Well, do you want to table it?
You can table it until next meeting. That's fine with me.
A chance to look at it.
Fine.
I'll second.
Okay, so whenever Mrs. King wants to call for the roll.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stemper?
I'm abstaining.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Spletzer?
Yes.
Okay, table. Okay. Number 2, under unfinished business, ordinance 2021-22.
An ordinance requiring the registration of contractors operating within the city of Newton Falls.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, if I may, Mayor.
You have the floor, Mr. Granchi.
I understand the merit in this legislation. However, my main concern with this is that the fly-by-night contractors that we're trying to prevent aren't going to register, and the people who were probably going to use a non-reputable contractor probably aren't going to check the registration anyway. If anything, I'd be willing to give this a try for a year, but I just don't see this stopping any of the issues that the entire premise is built around.
Okay, Mr. Bariak.
I'd be willing to amend that for 2 years, to try it out for 2 years, and then we go back and look at it. If it's not working out, it's not working out. Let's give it a try. The people in this town need to be protected. If it's not working out or we're not making any money on it and helping the people at the same time when we can't afford to keep it up, or it's not fair, we got to give it a chance.
Okay, does anybody else?
I make a motion that we try for at least 2 years, amendment, that we amend this legislation for a 2-year, and then we look at it again.
Who sponsored it?
Who sponsored it?
Was that?
I want to say Mr. Bariak did.
I think John did.
Okay, so do you want to amend it to state?
I'd like to amend it, if I can get a motion on the floor, to amend it to try it for 2 years. We cannot give it a 1-year shot, we won't know anything. But in 2 years, we will know what's going on, either up or down. If it's not going to pan out, the people will tell us right off the bat. We won't have to be guessing.
Amended to go through 2023, correct?
Yes.
2024.
2024.
2024, yes.
Well, it would be to 2024, but through 2023.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
Yes. I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
On the amendment, Stemper?
Yes.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Spletzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Okay, amended, and it's already on the floor as amended, correct?
Correct.
All right, is there any discussion, or do we want to go right into the roll for it as amended?
I have a quick question. I know I brought this up before, but there's no accountability for somebody who does not follow this. Is there something we can look at if we see it being a problem to be able to, a fee or something, that if we do catch somebody?
So like you're seeing if somebody, junior's construction keeps coming in and not getting this done?
Right, and we know
What
it,
do we
so
do?
can we slap them with a fee, like they have to pay whatever the registration is, plus they have to do another $50? I mean, I don't know if it would deter anybody or if it would just be more work or headache, but put some layer of accountability for somebody who
Could I have?
may veer away from doing it if they're...
Did everybody have a chance?
Are you done, Mrs. Spletzer? Do you want to?
I agree with Mrs. Stemper.
Fine.
The law director, for the question for the law director, if I can have the floor again, sir.
It'll take a while. Yeah.
What happens if we catch them a couple times and they don't want to go up and register? Do we have any mechanism built in where they'll be fined if they do get caught again or anything in this?
You could amend it to require some kind of fine. Right now, you don't have anything in there.
Well, how about this? Sometimes it's not looking at the negative end. You have a record probably of anybody that's registered, and if you're getting a job done at your home, maybe you can look to see if so-and-so is registered.
But what penalty, Mayor, do they have if they want to keep beating the system?
If I got you doing some work at my house.
Oh, no, you won't get me.
Just say that, for instance. I could go and look to see if you're registered. If you're not, I just won't hire you. So we won't have to do that. It's preventative for citizens to know that we have this set up. I mean.
May I be recognized?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Spencer.
There is a failure to maintain minimum requirements clause in this, and it says that anyone who failure to maintain the minimum requirement registration and requirements of this chapter shall result in termination of all work on the project or projects under violation and a $250 fine for each offense. So there is a penalty in there.
I can call it, that's right. Okay. It's already in there.
Okay, we're good.
I didn't see it.
If there's no other discussion, if Mrs. King wants to call for the roll.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Spletzer?
Yes.
Grantee?
No.
Stempert?
Yes.
Okay, passes. All right, number 3 is ordinance 2021-23.
An ordinance establishing sidewalk districts and assessment procedures within the city of Newton Falls.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Can I speak on this? Because I promised somebody that I would. I've had different individuals come to me and speak to me about this, and a lot of them are pretty unhappy about it. And really what the main focus is, and what would probably please a lot of people, and myself, I think, that I agree, I think we're kind of getting out of the universe that this was created. I think it was originally intended to fix sidewalks that were majorly damaged, where you get somebody in a wheelchair, stroller, or whatever, they can't process. And so my own thought, which would fix it, and I understand Mr. Stempert, I had to watch out before I called him Mr. Spletzer, because I'm mixing them up tonight, but he came in here and he presented things and he listened to counsel and tried to put everything together that he could. So my suggestion is that we would pass number 1, and that was just to fix existing sidewalks, that we would either do away, table, whatever, number 2 and number 3. The fact of the matter is of strong-arming people to get sidewalks where they originally don't have a sidewalk presently, such as we use the numbered streets over here. If you look at them, there's very little traffic there. People want to go for a walk there. They don't need a sidewalk there. So to have somebody that lives over there, bought a house, no sidewalk, now we're telling them, get a sidewalk. So my hopes is that we would pass number 1 and do whatever with 2 and 3.
Mayor, can I speak?
Sure.
I was going to ask council if you would table this again until the next meeting, because I think Mark needs to go back and just come up with the first steps.
Okay.
And do it that way, and then
Okay.
we pass each step as we go.
Okay.
But I think by the next meeting, because I know Tessa wanted to be part of that.
Okay, yeah.
And if those two could get together and get that done before the next meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Borek, did you?
All I'd like to say is I agree totally with just doing 1 phase right now. The first phase, let's get the sidewalks repaired. I've had too much pushback myself from it. Sidewalks to nowhere, everybody's telling me, I'd like to go 1 step at a time. I'll agree with tabling.
It's pretty. It said, yeah, we'll table, give Mr. Spletzer,
with
Mr.
Mrs.
Stemper a chance to put it together.
They call her Mrs. Bariak at least.
I need a couple more.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, may I be recognized?
Sure.
I actually spoke to Mr. Stempert yesterday at the zoning meeting, and he asked that we don't bring it up at all. to not second it so it could be pulled off of the table so that he could redo it, so it is only that first part. So we don't have to amend, we don't have to mess around with any of that. So if Mr. Bariak, he sponsored the legislation, if he'd like to pull it from the table, that's actually what he suggested that he wanted done.
And just leave it tabled?
Just pull it
Well,
from the
we
table.
already brought it up off the table, though.
Yeah,
You could just vote this down.
yeah,
And then the
okay.
next one
Okay,
goes up.
oh, yes, right, Mrs. King.
Yeah,
Thank you.
can I be recognized real quick?
Sure,
I have had
sure.
several people from Ward 1 that are okay until they get to phase 3. And I took a ride through entire Ward 1 after getting one of these calls, and I would have to agree that phase 3 definitely needs some work, if at all to be left on there.
If we vote this down tonight, may I ask a question to the law director? If we vote this down tonight, it can be brought back up without waiting 30 or 40 or 50 days, because we're getting into spring.
Yeah.
It wouldn't change substantially.
Okay?
Okay. So if Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Bariak?
No.
Splitzer?
No.
Granchi?
No.
Stempert?
No.
Sirocco?
No.
Fails. Okay. Number 4 is ordinance 2021-30.
An ordinance approving the recodification, editing, and inclusion of certain ordinances as part of the various component codes of the codified ordinances of Newton Falls, Ohio.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, if no discussion, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stempert?
Yes.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Okay, passes. Okay, number 5 is ordinance 2021-31.
An ordinance appointing Sean Housley as part-time finance director and authorizing pay and terms of employment.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I would like to request if we can table this. We're not looking at cost of living for our employees, where we're saying we don't know where the money is, or not where the money is, but we're talking all those things and trying to figure those things out. And then we're locking ourselves into a one-year contract. We also have a village running on interims. I feel like we need to get some contractual positions done before we lock ourselves into a whole one-year contract with holding money back on everybody else. So if we could table it for
Second.
30 days?
I'd like to have a record before we do anything.
Okay.
There's one.
Yeah, we got a first and a second to table it for 30 days, whatever. Okay, so if Mrs. King wants to call for the roll.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stempert?
Yes.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
No.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Okay, ordinance table. Trying to see where I'm at here. Number 6 is ordinance 2021-32.
Ordinance approving a contract for interim law director.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Okay, if there's no discussion, whatever.
I'd like to have a little bit of the floor. I didn't get a chance to say anything on the last one, but we've been out to try to get somebody for the finance director and the law director, and we've had a hard time. Mr. Housley, I know it's tabled, but I'm just trying to say the same with we're looking at other law directors for people. Is that right, Mrs. Purdy?
Yes.
We are looking for a permanent solution, but right now, we need a law director.
And the thing with the law director's contract, it does have a stipulation in there that he can walk at any time and we can walk at any time. So
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
This one actually has it built in.
Yeah. So we can look at it, and I wish you could do that with a vehicle, that you find out that you can't afford it after a little while, you can take it back. But, so any other discussion? If not, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Stumpert.
Yes.
Sirocco.
Yes.
Bariak.
Yes.
Splitzer.
Yes.
Granchi.
Yes.
Okay, passes. New business, and I'll read this, give you a break if I can think. Resolution 01-2022, now for then resolution effective December 27th, 2021, to accept the material terms of the One Ohio subdivision settlement pursuant to the One Ohio Memorandum of Understanding and consistent with the terms of the July 21st, 2021 National Opioid Settlement Agreement. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Maybe if Ms. Pretty wants to give us a little bit of just clarification on what this is?
Yeah, this is, there's a, as you know, they've sued all the companies that make these things. They're also suing the distributors of them. It's the Purdue and a number of different outfits that kind of pushed opioids. And so the most of the lawsuits that went to trial have been won. There have been settlements as well. There's been a lot of bankruptcies too. And all this does is allow you to participate in that. Largely, it looks like much of that money is going to be going for treatment programs. But if you have treatment programs, hopefully the police have less need to deal with people addicted to these things, and less need to use Narcan and the stuff that brings them back to life and all of that. So I think it's well worth passing, and I would respectfully request you do that.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, if no discussion, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Sirocco.
Yes.
Bariak.
Yes.
Splitzer.
Yes.
Granchi.
Yes.
Stumpert.
Yes.
Okay, passes. Okay, public comments open to non-agenda items. So give your name, your address in 3 minutes. All right, if nobody wants to talk, that's good too. Closing remarks. Mr. Sirocco, do you have anything?
No, I do not.
Okay, Mr. Bariak, do you have anything?
Just, I said at the beginning of the meeting, I want to give a quick kudo to Mike and Dee on Ophelia Street in my ward. They go around picking up trash every day. And the Mr. and Mrs. Waddle, not Waddell, Waddle. They're the ones that cleaned the trestle from all the way from the trestle on North Canal down to the cemetery, scraping up all. We finally found out there's sidewalk under there. There are a lot of other people in this community that I want to give. I don't have time right now to run everybody down. But I don't want to, if anybody I forgot, I apologize and I'll get them down the road. But I think people should be recognized, our whole community, for people that want to get out there and do something. It's our town and our pride. Thank you.
Ms. Splitzer, do you have anything?
Yes, the only thing I would like to do is remind everyone that there's still a Park and Recs meeting to be held on January 25th. And I'm not sure if it's 5:30 or 6, but I think it's 5:30. But I do know the date's January 25th.
Okay, Mr. Granchi?
Yes, I just want to apologize to anyone who I've missed. I had a very busy December. As of January 1st, I have been honorably discharged from the Army, so I am definitely a lot more available now. So if anyone needs anything, please reach out. I'll probably be a lot easier to reach now because I'm not going to be gone all the time. All right. That's all.
Mrs. Stumpert.
I do. I forgot to give the numbers for the fire board when I did my real short spiel. They reported, the numbers are just for the end of November. They had 131 runs for November, 2,071 to date. The current pace is 241 runs, and they surpassed last year's runs of total 1,749 on November 7th. That's it. And if you need anything, call Mr. Granchi. He's got all the spare time.
Easy.
I'm done. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Ms. City Manager, you have anything to report? Okay, I'm real brief here. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming. Thank everybody for hanging around for all these hours. I mean, obviously, nights like tonight aren't very fun. But, you know, being on council, you know, sometimes you're called to make tough decisions. We put a lot of time into our thoughts here and looking into a lot of things, and believe that, you know, as we talked about it, that we've come up with the best decision possible. And I wanted to just thank everybody involved. And it's not easy to do things like this. You don't like to see have to replace individuals and such. It's not a fun thing, but I mean, it's time, I suppose, that it's time to move forward, and hoping now that we can start building Newton Falls up and not have the negativity that we've had. And we've said it a few times the last few meetings that we're not going to make excuses for the situation that we've been left with. You know, it's time now to, you know, move forward and improve upon and have the nice community that we know Newton Falls to be. And that's all I have to say. Are we going into an executive session or no?
At this hour, I don't see a need for any, frankly.
I'm going to turn into a pumpkin.
I thought maybe we could hold it at Circle K or something. Yeah.
Move to adjourn the meeting.
There you go. Did you make the motion? Second. Okay. Roll call.
Bariak?
Yes.
Switzer?
Yes.
Franchi?
Yes.
Stemper?
Yes.
Srocco?
Yes.
Meeting adjourned.
Ken.